sign them? Oh, there you are, right there. Okay. It's early morning, Carl.
Did Joe give me the thumbs up?
Yesterday was.
Yes, he did.
My wife
He
was
did?
taking
Okay.
a friend of hers down to have a procedure.
All right, let's go ahead and call this meeting to order.
6.
This will be our regular meeting, September 10th, 2020. And now that I hear myself say regular, September doesn't really seem too regular these days, but anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. We do have a quorum, we have everybody here so we can conduct business. We have a member here, that would like to speak during the public comment period. Joe, is he on now, or?
I have 2 people. I will admit them to the meeting right now, and then you can.
Okay, thank you.
It's the guy about the solar, right?
Yeah.
I got a call last night.
Dan, is that you? It's Jacob, okay.
They're still connecting to audio.
Okay.
Okay, I think they're both good to go.
Dan, are you there?
His must be the Galaxy, that's 10.
Yes.
Dan's, showing muted.
There we go. Is that better? My apologies, gentlemen.
Is that you, Dan?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Dan, go ahead and introduce yourself. The whole board's present.
How you doing?
The floor is yours. You got a couple minutes to tell us what's on your mind.
Okay, thank you very much. And good morning. My name is Dan Waymeyer. I am a Mountain Parks Electric customer out in Tabernash. I had applied for the Electrify Everything program to do some solar panels before winter. And the requirements for approval required 12 months of on-time payments with 1 allowance of a late payment, and I have 2 late payments in the calendar year. The first being in the month of April. Not a financial hardship, but again, coronavirus, 2 working parents, 2 kids at home. I don't really have an excuse other than we just lost track of a couple bills and the mess of dealing with April. So I guess I wanted to reach out to the board and see if there's any appeal that could be possible, or any options around getting this done before my winter electric bills, which in the house I have, January, February, can reach upwards of $800 a month. So I'm eager to get solar, and again, I acknowledge I've made a mistake here. I'm just curious if there are any alternatives to, I guess, getting this done before the winter.
And maybe if I could just add a few. My name's Jake Schlesinger. I'm the chair of the steering committee for the Headwaters Solar Co-op, which we launched back in June to allow residents and businesses in Grand and Jackson counties to put solar on their roof under a group buying discount program. So the idea is that we have folks signing up for the co-op. We currently have 59 members. Dan and I are each one of them. And then we put out a request for proposals, and we had solar installers competing against each other to provide, all of that bulk solar all at once. And so we got a really incredible deal from a company called Because Solar out of the Front Range. They've already started coming up and speccing out systems. They were at my house last Saturday. And part of the urgency here is the expiration of the federal tax credit, which is 26% this year cash back on your taxes for your solar system. The system Dan's looking to put in is actually quite a huge system. As he just noted, he's got quite a large electric bill. So he's got a 25 kilowatt system that he's looking at. And that's worth several $1,000s of federal tax credits that would go away in the step down between this year and next year. And so the ask is quite urgent. You know, I'm in addition to just kind of volunteering with the solar co-op, I actually am a public utilities attorney. And so I was trying to help Dan, you know, get in front of you guys and talk to you. Mostly I work with regulated utilities and public utility commissions in Colorado and California, but you know, we were unable to get on the official agenda here, given the timing of when he found out that he couldn't get the Electrify Everything program. And given the fact that snow's already started to fall, you know, it is somewhat urgent for him to be able to use this financing program before the snow comes and the tax credit steps down.
And
Thanks, Jim.
Jeff, if you want to, I'll address it from the staff's perspective, not specific to Dan, because don't want to discuss any member accounts or information on the call since it is being live streamed. But
Yeah,
we
go ahead,
designed
Mark.
we designed the program, and in doing it, we looked at other programs, and the other programs in most cases are putting some type of lien or some security on whatever the project that's being done, you know, whether it's solar or heat pumps or you know, because a number of co-ops are doing a number of different things. In looking at that and working with Levi and going through this, we felt that was a step that was a little bit more than what we wanted to do. The others also do credit checks. We chose not to do a credit check on this. The only qualifications from a financial perspective that a member has to meet is that they be a member in good standing, that they have had an account for at least 12 months, and that they haven't been delinquent in their payments. And we set it at 1, which we felt was extremely reasonable because this is a totally unsecured loan. We are in a position that if for whatever reason the member does not pay the money back, that Mountain Parks is ultimately responsible because we're the ones who have actually borrowed the money from the federal government. And that's why we set it up with the, I would say, extremely limited restrictions that we did place on the program.
I have
Makes
a
perfect sense.
clarifying question. If is the one late payment requirement conducted on a rolling basis? So for example, if you know the first late payment was in March, then this March would that reset and then there'd only be the one late payment in a year?
Yes, it's a rolling 12 months. And so let's say that somebody had 2 payments and one was, you know, May of last year, and one was, well, not May of last year, November of last year and May of this year. And so when you get to November of this year, they end up with just 1.
Sure.
I have a question. Go ahead.
I think Dan had a
Dan, how
question.
long have you been a member of Mountain Parks?
About 3.5 years. Approaching 4, actually 4 in December. So a little bit more than 3.5 years. So to kind of maybe extend on that question about the rolling, the time period, does it have to be 12 months in the arrears? Is there any option to where, in order to kind of work within the constraints that you've put on the program, would it be possible to prepay the months from now through to April? So I'm paid up through May of 2021, which would be a 12 consistent calendar months with 1 exception. Is that a possibility? I'd be happy to even just pay in advance the 7 months or 6 months or whatever that is in order to qualify and get approval before the winter.
Well, and I think the answer, as currently the program is constructed, no, because it doesn't take into account future. We are rolling out a prepaid model. I think that you indicated that, COVID and challenges of family life and, everybody's busy. We have the ability for our members to set up ACH so that they have a recurring ACH, and it pays the bill, so that it would eliminate the possibility of any late payments going forward. And that would be the issue. The other challenge is by paying forward, let's just say 5 months, to where that it eliminates one of a possible late payment. The loan is for 10 years. And so that would solve the issue to qualify, but it's not just a 1-year loan, unfortunately.
So could we not prepay the utility bill through April to meet the qualification and then start the financing of the solar panels today? Or when the installation's done on a normal schedule? I mean, I wouldn't be trying to prepay everything unless that was the requirement. I guess I'm just trying to be creative on a way to get the qualification met and also a chance to have solar before the winter.
Well, I think one of the things that you could do is, this program doesn't necessarily require, and Rob, you can check me on this, that you be approved up front. So if you wanted to begin the project, you could do that, and then once you got to the point where you qualified within the 12 months, you could apply for the loan at that time.
Okay, that's good to know. I guess I'll work with the solar installer on options there. Okay. Well, Mark and board, I really appreciate your time. I don't know if there's any other options here, and I don't want to take up any more of your board meeting. But yeah, that sounds maybe like our only option would be to go ahead and start the work and work on the financing in the spring. Would you concur that's probably my only option here, short of maybe going through the Renew program in the state of Colorado or financing in a different way? Would this be my only option?
Under this particular program, I think it is. I think that, with it, if it's a very short period of time where you would qualify for the program, that's probably the best option if you wanted to go through financing through this program. I know that, and I assume that you've probably looked at this, but our Green Power Committee has solar rebates as well. So that might, it wouldn't pay for obviously the entire project, but that would be a way to assist with the construction of it as well.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate your time again. Thank you for this information. I will, I'll plan it with the installer, and we'll kind of figure out next steps, and I'll likely apply in the beginning of May 2021.
Okay.
I have a question for Jacob, given that he has the legal expertise here. Jacob, do you know if the solar installer were to start the project this year and finish it in the spring, which year the tax credit would apply to?
Yeah, for a residential system, there is no safe harbor. You have to have it interconnected before the end of the year to qualify for this year's tax credit.
Okay.
Yeah. And I realize, as a lawyer, maybe I'm a little bit more pushy than Dan, but, I think one of the other things that could allow this to go forward is if the board was able to vote on whether or not they could waive this particular rule in this particular situation, so that Dan doesn't have this huge risk, between now and May. I'm also not sure, and Mark, I'm sure you know the tariff better than I do, but I had thought that there was like a 30 or 60 day window after the completion of the project when you were eligible to apply. Am I wrong about that? Is it longer than that?
Rob, within the agreement, I think it's within the agreement, not within the tariff. I think the rebate, there is a 30 or 60-day window to apply for the rebate. Is there, Rob, that you recall in the agreement for Electrify Everything, a limitation such as that?
It's 120 days, I believe, for the rebate. In the agreement, I would have to pull it up and read through it again. I can do that if you'll give me a few minutes.
Well, and I was going to say that if the board wants to talk more specifically about the account of Dan's account and then other requirements, we have an executive session scheduled at the end. We can do that, and we could share information that might give the board more information, and they may want to consider doing something else.
So we can talk about that 120 days, you know, whether that or 180.
Yes.
I'd be interested in.
I was just looking at the agreement, and the 30-day reference Jacob might be thinking of is the 30 days for the contractor to get paid after the work is done. That's the only 30-day limit that I see in there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was 30 days, but I did remember there being a time limit to apply for the tariff. And I just want to make sure, because even if it's 120 days, that's 3 months. So if he gets the install done in October,
4 months.
Apply in May. 4 months still, either way.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can take that, Dan, we appreciate you coming on, and we can discuss this further in the executive session. As Mark said, it's some member sensitive information, and we hold that sacred, so we will keep that within this room, and we'll get back to you.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time, and yeah, let me know. I'll be anxiously awaiting any updates, and yeah, and again, thank you for your time. I know this is taking a little longer than I'd planned.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's move on to minutes of previous meetings. Does anybody have a chance to look at them? Is there any corrections? If not, can we get a motion to approve as written?
On the special meeting minutes, the date was listed as September instead of August.
So we have 2 sets, right?
I actually corrected that, sorry. If you update it, it'll pop up.
It's corrected on the update.
I was in attendance on the August 10th meeting.
You must have been real quiet, Scott.
Of course I was.
You want to amend your motion to
Carl,
correction?
amend that to
Amend it.
okay.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Carl and a second by Dick to approve the regular meeting with Scott in attendance. Is there any further questions on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Looks like everybody's in favor. The motion carries. Minutes accepted. And then we'll have to approve the special meeting minutes, correct, Levi?
Move to approve.
We have a motion by Liz, and a second by Carl. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Attorney's report, Levi.
Sounds like we have an executive session planned, so I can take any questions in executive session. I don't have anything to add at this point. We can have a few updates in executive session.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Levi before we move on? Okay, seeing none, let's get to the manager's report. Mark?
Okay, start out on a somewhat of a light note. bought the first steer at the Kremling 4-H auction for our prizes for the annual meeting. The steer has been processed, quartered, and delivered to the first 4 of our winners. It was quite an interesting experience this year because they did it outside because of COVID under a tent. And the first steer, they had like a ring of metal gates put together, and the first steer actually jumped out of the ring, landing onto the metal gate and crushed it, and then kind of took off. He was sold in absentia because they were not able to bring him back, but it was quite interesting. The second thing is on our possible fiber partnership. We had a meeting with the interested party, and it was initially 2 parties that were working together. One of them dropped out as they will still participate, but they won't be basically the money people related to it. The other party came back to us with a revised proposal. We have a meeting scheduled for next week to talk to them about that. They gave us a term sheet, and much like with the first one, there is an exclusivity clause within it, and it is better than the first one, but still have some questions related to it. So the meeting is for them to walk us through the terms that they have suggested to try and figure out whether or not those terms will in fact work for us. The next item is related to our community solar. I mentioned last month that we had met with Northern Colorado, that we had provided them with a draft lease. I have reached out to them to find out if their board has considered it and whether they are willing to either sell us the land or give us the lease on the land for that, so that we can start to move that project forward, because we will need to go through the county to get the special use permit, and would like to have the rights to the land, whether it's either through purchase or lease, taken care of as quickly as possible, so that we don't slow the process down. We won't start building until next year, but as I found the last time, the county can move quickly, but sometimes not quickly enough. So we want to make sure that we get that moving here as fast as possible. We have had, the recruiter has been very active for the safety officer, had a number of potential candidates. We have had 2 interviews, one voice call, one Zoom call with one of the candidates, one voice call with another candidate. We have a third candidate that we have a resume on, but are not pursuing at this time. And I talked with the candidate that we've done the 2 interviews with, and to kind of gauge his level of interest now that we've gone through the 2 interviews. And if he is ready to move forward, which I expect to know before the end of this week, then we will bring him in for an in-person visit, so that he has an opportunity to see our operation, to meet some people, and get a better sense of who we are. He is very familiar with Mountain Parks and the area. They have, I believe he said 12 of the last 13 years they've been up in the area, and they visit Grand Lake. He has a relative, I believe it's an aunt, that is there. They really enjoy the area and would like to live in Colorado, specifically in our service territory. So I think that bodes well for us. He is currently working for a co-op in Kansas. And probably the biggest news is that we will be issuing a press release probably within the next couple of days, that we will be paying capital credits starting October the 1st. We have the results of August done now. And while we lost a little bit of money in July, we lost a little bit more in August. August was a one-time write-off, and so it wasn't related specifically to operations. we're for the year in a very good spot. Our sales are down, but not significantly at this point. And our margins still are good. We're in an extremely good cash position, so I feel very comfortable with going ahead and paying the capital credits, and that will still leave us in a good position to start the year of 2021 off strong. So we'll issue the press release. We will do some additional website, social media announcements, but members should start to see those either bill credit or a check beginning that first week of October. And that completes my report. I'm open to answering any questions you might have.
Go ahead, Carl.
Mark, on the community solar, if agreement can't be made with Northern, there is no other alternative, is that correct?
No, that we have somebody else who has expressed interest, and the problem is their site is not ideal. It will work, but it's not ideal. We still have the possibility of the landowner in Fraser. We've had no further contact with them since they provided us with a change in terms at the 12th hour last time. So we have other options. It's just that in looking at this would potentially be a very good spot. Someone might say perfect. I won't say that, but it is a lot of wide open space. The contractor was there with me and looked at it and said that it's a perfect setup to get maximum production out of the field. And it would require that we extend our line about, I would say, 200 feet in order to be able to put the production into our system.
What can we do as board members to help Mountain Parks get that?
I don't know that there's anything at this point. However, if they continue to delay, then I will certainly let the board know. And if you know anybody that's on the Northern Colorado Water District Board, or if you know some folks there, you might just put a bug in their ear. I know that they're probably very busy, and a lot of them are working remotely. And so sometimes their follow through is not as quick as we would like. I'm not necessarily wanting them to tell me today, yes, we've made a decision, but I would like to know that they're moving the process forward on their side.
Anybody else got any questions for Mark? Okay, let's move into discussion action items. And just starting at the top, NRECA voting delegate ratification.
Staff's gonna divvy these up a little bit so that you don't have to listen to me talk the whole time. The NRECA voting delegate, at the last meeting, we had that on, it was a late item added to the agenda, so we didn't meet the 10-day requirement. The board selected the delegate. We just need to ratify the decision the board made in August.
And what was that decision? It was Dick, right?
It was Dick with Mark as the alternate, and I moved to ratify it.
Okay, we have a motion by Liz and a second by Justin. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? All right.
That's for Region 7, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes,
Anybody
it's
opposed?
Region 7. And at this point, we still don't have the call-in information related to it, but I expect that we will see it within the next week or so. So I'll provide that to you as soon as I get it, Dick.
Yeah, but they haven't sent that in yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, B is the request, and these next two we talked about last month, but we didn't have any specific information on them, so we bring them back. There is information within your packet for B, and Stacy is going to talk a little bit about B.
So the Grand County Christian Academy is requesting $10,000 to help with their, as they told me, limited budget for Chromebooks for this school year. They sent this application to the charitable trust, and the charitable trust denied it. They said it was too much money. They didn't feel comfortable giving that 50% of their education budget to one small school, and asked if, then talking to Mark, they also asked if we could take it to the education fund, which normally sees $10,000 or more for requests. So this is being brought to the education fund board, $10,000 for the purchase of laptops while their students are doing online virtual learning.
Stacy, do you know the last time we made a contribution to them from the education fund?
Yeah, it was 2019, spring of 2019.
If we were to make a similar $200 per student contribution to our public school systems, approximately how much would that come out to? I rough estimated it as $500,000.
Yeah, I know there's 1,000 kids at the high school. Yeah, it'd be 200,000 at the high school alone, but yep.
Yeah. I don't know. My personal opinion is that if we're not willing to make that level of per student investment for all kids, we shouldn't give a special privilege to private school students. If it were a request for students who are families facing financial difficulty, I would perhaps have a different opinion, but it's not.
Well, it is within the purview of each school district to request funds for things like this. And I think the last one was, we did an electric bus for one of the school districts. We're gonna do two, which is what, almost 200,000 for the bus?
About 270 total.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, if they came to us and said, we want Chromebooks for 1,000 students at $200 a piece, they could do that versus an electric school bus. So I don't know whether we should be the ones determining what they should ask for. That's my only input. I'm not saying I'm for or against this. I'm just saying they make the request. And for us to put a parameter on it based on what other people want, I don't think that would be appropriate, so.
So what do you, Dick, you said you don't know if you're for or against it, what do you?
Well, I have no problem doing this. I'm just talking to what Kristen said about, we should treat everybody alike. Well, how would we feel if the school district or North Park said, we need it for our 50 or 60 kids? Would that be a legitimate request? I think it would be. But they have the option of requesting for what they want. So I don't have a problem with this. If this is within our budget. The other thing is, I thought we had I don't know whether the education fund had the parameter where you do it every other year. I know the smaller fund has that where you only would do it, you wouldn't do it every year. I can't remember whether the education fund had that same parameter where if they ask for something one year, then you have to skip a year. I wasn't sure. So that was my only.
Yeah, in the past, we've done every other year special requests. We've actually gone to the school district and said, if you'd like to make a larger special request, you could do that. And we did something a little different in 2019. We just gave them a possibility of a grant. If they were interested, they had to reach out and contact us. And it was a technology grant. And we had so much per school district based on the number of students. So that's when Winter Park Christian, they changed their name, sorry. The Grand County Christian Academy had requested that money along with the other schools. So Dick, that's the every other year. So we wouldn't do that in 2020. We do it again in 2021. Just to give an update to, this could weigh into your decision. Currently there's $466,000 in the account, and there's $100,000 I have set aside, probably like $120,000 set aside for the electric school bus and a couple other scholarships we haven't paid yet. And then yesterday, we moved from 3 years ago, those uncashed capital credit checks that we had been holding for 3 years, moved it to the unclaimed, which is the educational fund, in the amount of $346,000. So you'll,
Is the-
so
Is
we'll
the
see
466, is the
346,000.
is that in addition to the 400,000? You gave a figure of 460. This is over and above that, or this is
Correct.
included in
Correct.
that?
Yes, over and
Yeah.
above that.
Okay, so we have almost 800,000 less 150. So we're looking at 650 cash available.
Correct.
Stacy, can you just clarify for me though, so the 2019, $5,000 we gave them, so would we be out of our 2-year cycle if we approve this?
In the past, we've always entertained special requests as needed by the school districts.
Okay.
We or you had just every 2 years had an influx of money that you wanted to give back somehow, some way, with all these unclaimed capital credit checks that you would receive, the pot would grow so much. So every 2 years you had opted to do a special grant distribution. But in between, there's always been grant requests
Okay.
that you've approved.
Okay.
I have another clarifying question. Did they say how many Chromebooks they're buying? Are they buying them just for the students who don't have a computer at home, or are they?
No. It says they're buying them for the staff. If you read the request, it's actually for the staff. Our past donation allowed them to get Chromebooks for their students. And now the staff's Chromebooks are out of, they're getting obsolete, and the software is, hard to sync with more current software. One thing that I think, when you hear how much money's in the fund, it's really tempting to say, okay, we should just let's get it out there and have it do good. I also, in the back of my mind, think about it's the limited, it's a limited amount of funds, and we should try to use it strategically, and we should try to have it leveraged with other money. I would always like to see our dollars get more dollars from other sources for entities. And so that's another thing I look at. But so I'm kind of mixed on this when I hear what Kristen's saying. I know we gave Grand County Christian quite a bit for their building renovation and some technology prior to this last Chromebook thing. Probably way more than per capita student allocation would have given them. And so I always, in the back of my mind, am kind of trying to keep score. I know Walden, we did try to, or Jackson County, we tried to provide them all the Chromebooks they needed in a very short time so that they could get their entire school up and running. And we've also been, the schools who engage us and really ask for things tend to get things. And the schools that are less, don't have time, or don't really present a cogent request, we tend not to fund them. So for anyone watching this YouTube who works at a school, that's been the past history.
Does anyone know what the tuition is at this school?
Rich, do you know? I think, do you? No, okay. I don't know.
When we gave them money in 2018, didn't they use the funds for what it was not approved for, if I remember right?
2017, they had done a comprehensive plan saying the money was going to be divided. They did a big request. We didn't give them all the money they wanted. And we told them the money can be used for one smart board, some Chromebooks, and they ended up using almost all of it for the smart board and wrote us a letter later saying, yeah, they had misused the funds and they apologized. Yeah.
Mr. Bolt, what are you thinking up there?
I don't think we should be their sole banker. We've given them money in the past, and I like Liz's idea. It should be leveraged. It seems like they're using the educational fund as their sole bank. I don't know their sole bank, but as a banker, getting pretty habitual going, I don't feel comfortable being their only banker, maybe a portion of it. And again, these Chromebooks are just for the teachers, to clarify.
That's what the request says. Yeah, Mark, it says $10,000 for laptops for the teachers.
And how many teachers are there in that school?
I couldn't tell you.
20.
What does a Chromebook cost?
Well, it doesn't say Chromebooks. I'm reading it. New laptops.
No.
Some type of laptop.
Yeah, I asked them about it and they said it was a type of Chromebook that they were looking at because it didn't specify. And the charitable trust wanted me to look into that too. So it was like a beefed up Chromebook is what they told me.
And generally Chromebooks are between $300 and $500.
I have one point. We're sitting now with probably $1.5 million in the education fund with the latest influx. We have $700,000 that's set aside. We have $800,000. Does anybody have any idea what we should do with the $800,000? We're talking about $10,000 a year. We're sitting on $800,000. My point would be, if somebody has a better use for the money, I'm all for it. If we don't, I don't see the harm. And if the other schools want to approach us and they need something, I mean, that's what this money is for. And if it's helping to educate children, to me, I could care less if it's a private school or a public school. With what's going on right now in the world, if we can be helpful to groups, and I'm all for it. And, you know, we're talking about what, not even, I mean, maybe 1% of what's sitting there. So, you know, I just put it in that vein. If somebody has a better idea other than leaving it in the bank, I'd like to hear it.
That sounded like a motion. Is that a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Dick. We have a second?
Dies for lack of a second.
Doesn't look like we're getting a second. It's gonna die for a lack of second.
That's okay.
Okay. So we move on to
Move on to C, which is a request from East Grand School District. If you recall, last month they gave us the request and it was a much larger ask than this one, about, I believe, $154,000 for the duct cleaning. We went back, we talked with them, and they made the request for upgrading the filters that they have from MERV 8 to MERV 13, which is a suggestion of the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, Air Conditioning Engineers. And their request is for $14,713 to upgrade district-wide the HVAC filters.
I move to approve this, and I also am cognizant that as everybody is upgrading their filters, the price might go up. So I would recommend that if it does, they come back and ask for additional funds. And this is a scientifically based way of trying to keep kids safe.
Liz, if you research into that, those filters are effective.
Well, that's what the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers have recommended, and they have looked at it. There has been a lot, Kristen could speak to it probably more than me. There has been quite a bit of research into filters and their ability to reduce virus, but nothing's foolproof probably.
We do have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to Liz's motion?
Second.
Second by Dick. We could carry on with further discussion. Seems like we might have a little. Anybody have any further discussion? No?
Have we heard from any of the other school districts about doing this?
No.
Right. I'm wondering if we should reach out to the other school districts.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that was on my mind was, Dick, as you were going on about, does anyone have any ideas? In the past, we've reached out to early childhood facilities And I know, I'm not sure what's going on with them during COVID, but they seem like when we give them money, they make really good, they're very appreciative, and they make it stretch, and it has a huge impact. They have very small budgets as well. And so I'm wondering if we've had any conversations with any of the early childhood centers.
We have not, but staff would be happy to reach out to them. And I say staff, meaning Rob, and we can see if they have any needs that they would like to bring forward.
Chris and I have a 2 o'clock today with the superintendent over in West Grand. Do you want me to bring up the filter conversation, or?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that the other school districts may be doing this as part of their ongoing operations and maintenance budget. And so that may just be part of it, but we can certainly have the conversation with both the other school districts to see if it's something that they have considered, and if not, if they haven't done it, then potentially having them make the request.
Mark, since you mentioned that, is East Grand not going to upgrade these filters if we don't supply this money?
I don't know for certain. I know that in their, I will say, pre-class conversations with parents, they had indicated that they already were. And they also indicated that we were paying for it. They basically thanked us for our contribution to help upgrade the filters.
So it's already a given that the money's spent, huh?
And they're
I think that they are going to do it, and whether the money comes from us or they find it somewhere else, I think that they are going to upgrade the filters.
Does this make a difference in the in-class or in-person learning schedule in any way with East Grand? I mean, if they upgrade these filters, is there going to be more in-person learning as opposed to remote, or not? Or you enlighten me there.
Go ahead, Stacy.
So I was on the call just because I have a son at the high school, and they're able to do some in-person learning because they have cleaned the HVAC system, they have upgraded their filtration, and all the other social distancing measures they've put in place. So the filter was one of those, being able to offer as an option in-person learning, and kids are back now.
So what I'm hearing is if we don't come up with this money to upgrade these, there won't be in-person learning?
No, I believe that that they have already done this, and there is currently some in-person learning. But they're just asking for the money so that they don't have to cut their budget somewhere else, because they've already cut their budget due to a lack of state revenues.
Carl, the students started 2 weeks ago with in-person learning, or they have the option of doing online. But I think close to 60 to 70% are doing in-person learning still, I think district-wide. I think that's the number I heard, but I could be wrong.
And I see Michelle nodding her head, so I believe that you are correct, Justin.
What was the total cost of these filters, and compared to, they're asking 14,000 from MPEI?
Their standard filter that they use is about 13.5. These filters are 28,002, and so that the differential is the 14.7 that they're requesting.
One thing to consider is that their energy bills will likely go up, because it's harder to push air through a thicker filter. So they're only asking for the incremental cost for the upgrade, and we expect they'll pay their additional energy expenses.
I just noticed something. It says these filters are replaced on a 4-month basis. Is this a year's worth, or is this just one shot that we're talking about for the $14,000?
If you look on that page, it says the annual filter budget for East Grand School District is
Total.
under the existing one is a 13.5, under the new ones it's 28.2. And so they're requesting the 14.7. So I would assume that's on an annual basis.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
I am.
Opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Moving on, vegetation management. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
D, the electric vehicle for member usage that you have in the packet documents, you have a temporary loan of the electric vehicle agreement. We have been working on these with Levi. You also have a couple pages later, a driver test drive waiver and release. And then the last item is a ride-along waiver and release. We are not asking the board to take any action on these. We're just providing these documents so that you can see if you have any questions. You feel free to ask, but what we will be doing is taking these documents, creating a policy that the board will approve. The board will have the opportunity to approve if they choose to. And then we will develop the procedure with these documents on how the program actually works once the policy has been approved.
You are looking for an approval now or no?
No, not now.
Carl?
I just had a question on, let's see, Article 3B. It just seemed like that sentence doesn't read quite, I think it means that they have to have their license with them at all times, but I wasn't really, and provide proof.
You passed the test, Liz. That is what that means.
I could, a common sense lawyer, but member shall possess at all times during which member has possession of the IV and provide MPEI proof of a valid driver's license. Just to me, if I were a member, I mean, I guess they're not necessarily going to read this, so.
No, but what they will need to provide in addition to executing these agreements is a copy of a valid driver's license and a copy of their insurance so that we can confirm that their insurance limits meet the requirements of the agreement.
I'm sure Rob will put in the application and promotional materials, much more easily understandable language.
Okay, thank you.
Carl?
On 3C, the insurance, I carry a card in my car that says I have insurance. Is that what you're asking for, or are you asking for them to produce a policy to use this vehicle?
That card or the declaration page from your policy would be sufficient. Just something that says, 1, you have insurance, 2, what type of insurance, and 3, what period is valid for.
So yeah, Carl, I don't think that card you have gives your limits. So
No, it doesn't.
the card I have doesn't. It just says I have insurance. Right. So they'll need to prove. I don't care what they provide. They just have to prove that they have it.
Yeah, and I think that varies by insurance company. My insurance company, the card that they provide, it's not one that fits in the wallet. It's about this big. It actually shows the limits as well.
Yeah, mine just doesn't have.
Ours has the limits on it.
So Carl, if you wanted to drive it and you were not on the board, we would, and you showed us the card without the limits, we would ask for the declaration page of the policy, which is a single page. It's generally the first page of your policy that would indicate what limits you had.
Okay.
Any other questions on this? Go ahead, Carl.
Mark, I assume that when you drafted this policy, you looked at what Gunnison has done. Is this comparable to theirs or not?
We looked at as many of the co-ops that have similar policies, and Gunnison was one of them that we could. I will tell you that Gunnison basically says, if you want to drive it and you have a driver's license, okay. And if you take it home and your kid wants to drive it and they have a driver's license, okay. I didn't feel comfortable with that. And so that's why we took this route where we had a slightly higher threshold that the member has to meet. But I also believe that, and Rob, check me on this, that Gunnison no longer allows the members to drive the Tesla. They have a couple of other electric vehicles and they will allow them to drive those, but not the Tesla.
Did you look into, Mark, putting some kind of rider on our insurance policy that would cover members to do this, and what the cost might be?
There is no rider necessary under the permissive use part of our policy. It allows our members to use our stuff and be covered under our policy. The concern was that if somebody feels like somebody else is going to pay the bill, they tend to be less cautious when driving. And realistically, even with these documents, if we have a member that goes out and stops by the bar, has a few drinks, ends up getting in an accident, their policy may cover some of it, but we will most likely be on the hook because we will have the deeper pockets than they do.
And just to add to that, both insurance policies will cover them. What this agreement makes clear is that the member's policy is primary. So it covers the first 100 to 300,000 or whatever they have, if they have more. And then Mountain Parks Federated policy would cover anything over and above that up to our limits.
Yeah, we did discuss this with Federated. And frankly, I was a little shocked at how laissez-faire they were related to something like this. They said, oh, don't worry about it, you're covered. And they didn't seem to care. I guess part of that is that if we have claims, then our premium goes up, so they make more money. But the bottom line is my experience in the past with insurance companies is that they tend to care what you do because they don't want to have to pay out any money.
Well, and that's fine, and I understand all that and the caution part, but I just don't want to inhibit the members from utilizing this car or seeing what it's like if this is the future of everything. So that's just my objection. I don't want to put so many obstacles in front of them that they can't do it.
No, and Carl, I think we've addressed that in that. Let's say that we're going to do, assuming COVID ever passes, we're going to do test drive events. So whether it be at the fair, whether we set up something, on a Saturday, to where members can come by and they can test drive the vehicle with one of our employees in the car. In that instance, they're not going to have to go through this because we will be there. This is only somebody that wants to take the vehicle home with them. And so any member should be easily able to, if they can get to one of those events that we do, test drive the vehicle and see how it drives. They just won't be able to take it home with.
So are you looking for a motion to approve this?
No. What I'm doing is providing you with these documents. We will put together a policy for the board to review and hopefully approve. Based on that policy, we'll create the procedures with it, and then we will be ready to make this move forward.
Thank you. Thanks. I think this is great. And thanks for getting this done.
Well, thank Levi because he had to do most of the heavy lifting. So
Okay.
with that, we will move on to E and Rich. Oh, there he is. He got caught in the middle. I missed him. So Rich is going to handle E, the vegetation management plan update.
So I'll give a little bit of history of our vegetation management plan, kind of where it started.
Hey, Rich, can you move either a little bit closer or turn up the volume on your mic?
I don't know how to turn up the volume. Can you hear me now?
Can hear you.
All right, I'll just speak up a little louder too. So I'll go through a little bit of the history on our vegetation management plan, kind of where it started and how it's gotten to where we are right now. So this all started in 2016 in response to the pine beetle epidemic. We created a vegetation management program to ensure we had safe, reliable service to all of our members. From 2006 to 2012, we handled this pine beetle epidemic in kind of a crisis mode, more reactive than proactive. We were cutting most hazardous trees throughout all of our territory on an emergency basis. We utilized the expertise of a lot of tree contractors during these difficult years, and it would have been impossible for us to keep our system going without the help of these contractors. And then beginning in 2010, there became some funds available through the Colorado State Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management with the form of some matching grants. So they were helping us pay for clearing our right-of-ways. Since then, those grants have gone away. At that time, we began to make some big strides in clear cutting all of our rights-of-way. The new challenge that began to come up was all this right-of-way started to see a lot of new growth taking place, and the new growth was actually at a pretty accelerated rate. I think it was because of all this clear cutting was allowing the sun to come in, and it's been a little bit tough to keep up with. So in 2012, we developed a more organized, sustainable plan to move from the crisis mode into a maintenance mode, or what I call proactive. The systematic approach plan was needed for future planning, record keeping, and accountability. So out of the 1,158 miles of primary line that Mountain Parks has, approximately 214 miles of that right-of-way goes through trees. So it's not a lot of our system, but it's still 214 miles. Our right-of-way consists of 15 feet on either side of a three-phase line or 10 feet either side of a single-phase line. We clear all vegetation within the easement. We trim limbs encroaching into the easement to obtain a minimum of 10 feet from energized conductors. That's primary conductors. All the slash is either chipped or removed from the right-of-way. We remove trees growing outside of the right-of-way when they're leaning toward the line or in danger of falling toward the line. And we do that at no charge to the members. The trees are lopped and scattered and left on site. So our vegetation management plan has 7 program objectives. One is to ensure safe, reliable, economical electric service. We carefully consider the associated costs and the impact to the members. We appropriately maintain trees within our right-of-way. We ensure effective communication with members regarding vegetation management. And we strengthen community member and contractor education, balance the rights and responsibilities of both property owners, Mountain Parks Electric, ensuring that all members are treated equally. And to have Mountain Parks representative respond quickly to any questions or complaints from our members relating to the vegetation management. We also have a vegetation management methodology. We attempt to remove all trees within Mountain Parks right-of-way. When I say attempt, a lot of times we have to deal with the customers, and a lot of times they don't want us to cut trees, and so when at all possible we remove the tree, but oftentimes we're not allowed to, or they don't they don't let us do that. We remove all hazard trees that are outside of our right of way in danger of hitting our line, and we attempt to remove any hazard trees that are growing into secondary services. So Mountain Parks utilizes tree contractors to assist us with this vegetation management program. The number of crews can vary from year to year depending on weather, severity of the trees, the hazard trees, and the amount of new growth. And lately it's been, has to do with whether or not we can even hire help. Right now, Asplin's got a couple of vacant positions, but they can't find anybody to fill those positions. So we've made a decision this year to not try to fill those positions, given it's this late in the year. So we'll try to fill those positions. I say we, Asplin will try to fill those positions in the spring. The contractor shall identify trees using a level 1 limited visual assessment consistent with the ANSI A300 Part 9 risk assessment standard and best management practices. Trees identified the contractor are hazard trees shall be stubbed or removed so that they no longer present a hazard to our lines. During the winter months, our linemen perform line inspection. They record information about hotspots within the system. They turn in maps and poll numbers that indicate these areas to the district superintendents, who then relay this information to the Granby superintendent. And then a master plan is formulated by April of each year. And the majority of the work is performed in the summer months. During the winter months, we utilize Asplin contractors, cutting the right of way in town where we have easier access to our lines. We perform a vegetation management on a 10-year cycle. Contractors responsible for communicating to the members with door hangers, letters, phone calls in an area when they're going to be affected by the vegetation management. Contractor gets permission from members who have danger trees outside the right of way prior to cutting. And trees are cut into manageable pieces, left on the ground, slashes chipped or removed from the right of way, but material from trees outside the right of way are not removed. We leave it in logs that are manageable pieces and for the member to use or remove. So we receive a lot of requests from members each year regarding trees that they believe to be in danger of our power lines. We create a service order and have the property evaluated whether or not we need to cut these trees within 2 weeks of this request. And a lot of times we get out there and it's kind of funny because the member will see this tree that they consider a hazard to our line. We get out there and this tree is leaning away from the line and it'll be leaning over their house, and they're basically wanting us to remove these trees at no cost. A lot of times we refuse to cut those trees and we encourage them to hire a tree contractor to come in and remove those trees for them. So this next piece is something kind of new to our vegetation management plan. In the fall of 2018, we were approached by Asplin, and they suggested that we try using a mower to clear our right-of-ways. They said, well, let's try it in a couple of places, and we did this in the fall of 2018. And this mower can take down a tree as large as like 4 to 6 inches in diameter, and it just kind of mulches up all the trees, and it does a really nice job of clearing the right-of-way. I'll get into a little bit. Let's see. So let me just back up a little bit. So in 2018, we started with a test plot, and we basically did Highway 125 from where it leaves Highway 40 about 7 miles up. The mowing operation took about a week with an additional 3-man crew following the mower. The 3-man crew was removing trees that they couldn't get with the mower. There was a fence that we had to deal with all along through there. The total cost for this 7 miles was about $11,000. The mower costs about $5,500 a week, and a 3-man crew costs $5,200 a week. So then the following year, we noticed that where we had performed this mowing operation, that a lot of the aspens were starting to grow back in this right of way pretty thick, within 2 to 3 feet tall. Every time you cut down an aspen tree, 2 grow back in its place, and you cut down those 2 and you got 4 more, and they multiply really bad. So Asplin suggested that we try some herbicides, so anytime you talk about herbicides, it's like, oh boy, I don't know, people probably aren't going to go for that. Met with some representatives from Asplin again. They talked about kind of the history of herbicides and how when they first started applying herbicides, it was like just massive quantities. They would go out there with this big tanker truck and they would spray gallons and gallons upon these right away. They've since learned that they don't need to go and apply that much herbicide. So what they did on this section of line up on 125 is we treated about 1.6 miles of the right of way with 50 gallons of herbicide. It's all done with a backpack that an individual carries. That 1.6 miles cost us, about $1,300 to treat. We'll probably have to go back in that same right of way in the next year or so and do approximately a third of what they've already done because you missed some spots. So we're looking at, 16 gallons of herbicide. And again, probably about a third of that cost, so looking around $300 to retreat that. So that was our test plot. It is really turning out really well. So we've decided in 2020 we're going to go ahead and move forward with more herbicide application. So far this year, we've applied 169 gallons of herbicide. We've treated about 4 miles, just a little over 4 miles, at a cost of around $7,000. Kind of give you a comparison on that. If we had not treated this right away with herbicide, if we wait and let these trees grow until they start encroaching within that 10 feet of our primary conductor, we'll have to send some crews in there to cut this again with conventional methods. We estimate that it's going to take a 3-man crew approximately 5 months to re-clear this 4 miles at a cost of about $105,000. So considerable savings. Give you some other numbers. We budget $480,000 a year to trim trees on this 10-year cycle. If you do some simple math, that's 21 miles a year that we should clear, and it costs about $22,500 per mile to clear it using conventional methods, where we're able to do 4 miles with $7,000. So I think we're doing really good. We're staying ahead of it, although Tuesday was kind of a rough day for us. We got beat up with some outages, and the majority of those outages were caused by trees, but they were all trees out of the right of way. We had kind of an unusual wind event on Tuesday. It was an easterly wind, and I think the trees are not capable of handling that wind. It was kind of a strong wind, and then it would gust pretty high. We had some really large spruce trees that were just snapping off, and you take a tree that's 12 to 18 inches in diameter and just break it, that takes some incredible energy. But I'm not sure how or what we can do to prevent those kind of outages. We'd have to get a 150 to 200 foot of right of way cleared. I just don't think that's feasible for us to do that in a lot of places. So that wraps up our vegetation management plan. Like I said, it's going really well. We don't have a lot of tree outages, and I think that's our target goal. Is there any questions?
Well, before anybody asks questions, let me just let you know. I think it's probably been 6 weeks or so. I sent out some information to the board related to Excel's plan to add a adder onto their bill for vegetation management, wildfire mitigation. And that's currently before the PUC. I have found out that with the Colorado managers calls, that there are a couple of co-ops looking at something similar so that they would have a vegetation management / wildfire mitigation plan that would address some of the things that we are currently doing in our vegetation management, but also do wraps of poles or painting of poles so that it goes about 6 or 8 feet up, and it makes them somewhat resistant to fire. In fact, I've seen the video on the demonstration where they light the pole on fire, and the materials that they use, it actually will absorb it and put the fire out. And the material is generally good for 10 years or 3 fires. So I just wanted the board to know that there are some co-ops that are looking at doing that. I don't think that we are in a position to need to do that at this point, but that is something that some of the other Colorado co-ops are considering.
Do we have a sense of how much it would cost to do all 200 plus miles in the forest with that kind of technology?
It's very, well, I guess relative, it's probably not that expensive, but Holy Cross is allocating, I believe, $1 million to $2 million a year to do this, and they're not doing the entire system. They're just identifying potential risk areas, high risk areas for our 200 miles. Rich, I know we've looked at some of this, but I don't know that we have an estimate at this point as what it would cost for the 200 miles.
Right. So I just did some quick math. 214 miles at 20 poles per mile. That's about 4,300 poles. So I'm not sure what the cost of that wrap is. You know, even if you said $200 for the wrap plus the labor to put it on, it starts adding up really fast.
And I think, Kristen, to your question, it makes the I mean, the material is a fixed price, but applying it is where you probably have more of your cost, because depending on how remote it is and having the crews go through there and do it, your largest part of your cost is probably in labor.
I have a question. Justin asked that we discuss this, and I'm curious why he asked that.
I mean, obviously with the current wildfires, but you know, I think when I started on the board, we were taking a pretty, you know, I think Bruce had originally done this with Rich, and we were presented with the plan. About a year later, you know, we did get a follow-up and sort of where we were on, where Asplin was working and things like that. So I just wanted a little bit more of an update. And, you know, I think it's good for Mark, Kristen, a few new board members to know that we do have, you know, an in-depth plan that is currently being, you know, it's looked at weekly and managed.
I'm really interested in vegetation management. It's an area that I do. Do you know what the herbicide is that they're using? That's kind of a way a lot of roadsides are going. Do you know what that is, Rich?
I do. I gotta look it up here real quick.
And while he's looking that up, the other piece, Kristen, to your question is that I think that for most of the co-ops, Holy Cross, I know specifically, they're focusing initially on forested areas, but a lot of the wildfires that they're seeing are in grassland. So if we were going to do this, we might target the forested areas first, but we'd want to probably do it to larger portions of our line than just the areas that go through the forest. So it would, I'm assuming that we're probably looking to do everything somewhere in the neighborhood of $2+ million.
I think it'd be more than that if we did everything, right? I did a quick back of the envelope.
Yeah, if we do everything, yes, it will. But I think if we target what we believe to be high risk areas, it's probably a couple $1 million. And if we do everything, it's going to be a lot more than that. But obviously, if you're in an area that's accessible by road, that you know is fairly easy to go through, that helps to reduce the cost because it's much easier than it is if you're going through a mountain and have to carry everything with you.
Well, I think,
please.
what I was going to say is I think there's two different, I mean, we're talking about pole wraps specifically right now, and that's to limit damage to our system from any fire that starts. But also we have a wildfire mitigation plan, I'm thinking, and the vegetation plans it supports that. But I'm curious what, there was the white paper that was issued, there's Excel's plans, there's been a lot of findings out of California. We're focusing sort of vegetation management, keeping things from growing too close to our lines, but there are other technologies out there and clearing vegetation around from away from the base of poles that have equipment on them that could spark, all sorts of things like that. So I'm sort of wondering how, as we evolve into a very proactive planning phase and budgeting phase, those things are being incorporated into, so we don't look just at a vegetation plan, but we have a cohesive strategy for going forward using the most, cost-effective ways to harden and make more safe our system.
Yeah,
Well, I
in
think
our
Rich
strategic
Rich
plan, there's
discussed
supposed
that
to
a
be
little bit last month. But Rich, if you want to talk about changing the reclosers and because those are some of the things that potentially could spark, that our equipment is probably at the age at which we will start to replace it and what we would replace it with.
Yeah, so when the fire danger went up, we placed a lot of our reclosures that are in forested areas or feeding lines that are going into forested areas. Basically put them on a hotline tag, so it just operates one time and opens. It has affected our reliability a little bit. In fact, we had an outage again this morning on Blue Valley Substation to the south, and I have not heard if the guys found anything, but we discussed it and we're going to put that breaker back to normal just because we had an outage Tuesday morning and then again this morning. Customers are getting a little disgruntled down there because of the increased outages, and that is, I mean, there's a risk with either direction you go. So we're starting to kind of transition back to our normal system operation based on the cooler temperatures and a little bit moisture coming in and humidity's coming up, but we're still a little bit cautious on that. And then we have a lot of these, they're called expulsion fuses, and I don't know, there's probably thousands of them on our system, and each one of them are a potential fire starter. And I think we need to start some kind of a systematic approach of we're going to replace so many per year, and like you said, kind of target the higher hazard areas first and then transition to the lesser hazard areas and then finally get them all. Yeah. But the replacement devices are considerably more expensive, and the fuse elements are quite a bit more expensive than what we use. So everything is just kind of driving up the cost.
So I had a question. And that is that in our strategic plan, we published that we're going to be developing a comprehensive wildfire mitigation plan or fire mitigation plan. So curious when we can expect as board members to review that.
Probably next year. We've been working with the state association on legislation. Liz referenced the white paper, and I think that to put together a comprehensive plan until we know what potentially we can either assistance or whether it's financial or otherwise from the state would then just cause us to potentially have to go back and rework it. So we're trying to incorporate all those things as well as the wraps and some of the plans that Rich was talking about with some of the equipment for replacement.
Are those expulsion fuses mapped in our system?
Yes.
Okay.
Rich, did you get back what that herbicide is using? Back to, we do so much woody vegetation control and more economical ways to do that. Did you find that?
Yeah, it's method plus escort plus kingpin, so it's a mixture. It's pretty inexpensive stuff. It's only $3.27 a gallon. So does that answer your question, Mark?
Yeah, somewhat. And then application is by backpack application. Under what is our typical right of way width, Rich?
It's anywhere from 20 to 30 feet.
Okay, from center line, from total?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
yeah, total 20 feet or 30 feet. Single phase, we try to do 10 feet on either side of our line, and 3-phase, we try to do 15 feet on either side of our line.
Okay, because we see this, and the main target is the trees, be it the evergreen, spruce, fir, lodgepole, and aspen. Because aspen, that's a habitual problem. The more you mow them, the more they come back. You hit that.
Yes, it is.
And we've seen that same thing on vegetation, on tree managements, on ranches. Is a lot of that drivable? Backpack spraying, and that's we contract out the spraying.
Yeah, we contract out the spraying. So they're responsible for all the licensing and record keeping and all that that goes along with herbicide application. Is it drivable? Yes and no. I mean, for the most part, it's drivable, but it's probably easier just to walk because, I mean, again, they have the backpack applicator, so it's easy for them to just walk through there and spray the herbicide with that. It is drivable because we've mowed these right of ways, and there. I mean, it doesn't work everywhere, but it works in a lot of places.
Mm-hmm. I was just curious, just a more economical way to keep it preventive rather than wait until their problem where they're within a certain distance of our lines to do that. Has anybody looked into, and I don't mean to micromanage this, aerial application? Just fly a line for $7 an acre. But that's why I was running the width. The typical width on a aerial application is 50 feet. So I don't know if that's possible. That's why my question.
Yeah, we have not looked into aerial. I wonder if they could do a drone.
Yeah, but we've done a lot of crop dusting with fixed wing and helicopter, but it's incredibly more economical than a backpack sprayer, and certainly more economical than wait until they're bigger trees and have avalanche going there with a cutter mulcher. I was just curious, just for my information. Thank you.
Thanks. Very interesting to hear about all of this. And Mark, thanks also for the reference to the CREA document that they put out. I did read that. It seemed like a lot of that was focused on clearing lines and rights of way. There's a lot of stuff that I think is interesting that was not included in there. There's no discussion on some additional strategies that some other co-ops are pursuing, you know, looking at microgrids for resilience and whatnot. But I'm just curious, like, so next year probably, there's big fires now. It would be a little more comforting to hear that there at least would be an outline of a strategy put together instead of just waiting for what happens at the state. What happens at the state happens at the state. Hopefully they do some good stuff, but in the meantime, it'd be more comforting to me as a member of the community and as a board member to know that, you know, we're really working on it independent of what the state's doing.
Well, and if I gave that impression that we're not doing anything until the state, that's not the case. I think I also sent out a presentation that Rich and I, a webinar that RMEL did, and it was somebody from Rocky Mountain Power, which is part of Pacific Core, and specifically what they have done in Utah. And it talks about a lot more than just right-of-way clearing. It has the wrapping, it has the equipment, and a lot of those things. So we're looking at a lot of different things, and Brian Hannigan with the Holy Cross has been really good about sharing the stuff that they're doing. So we're looking to hopefully incorporate the best practices into our plan. We have one, but it can always be better.
Just a quick question to Rich, and then I'll shut up. As we think about those fuses, I'm just curious as far as economics go. If you had to go out and clear 20 feet around each one of those poles where those fuses are located, how many years could you do that and have the cost be less than replacing the fuse?
I don't know.
That's where, I mean, an efficient herbicide could sterilize the ground pretty efficiently around a pole. I don't know if our members will like that, but.
Also, that brings up a point of, we've just been talking woody vegetation. Do we have anything as far as noxious weeds go, complying with the county and stuff, so that when we do have bare ground under our construction, new poles, that it just doesn't all come up to Canada thistle or leafy spurge or oxeye daisy, which is going to cost us in the long run, that we re-veg those areas and then maybe to a more lower fire-wise type mix. I think that ought to be part of vegetation management. It's a small component compared to the woody vegetation, but I think that might be a place that would be appropriate.
Could we, instead of sterilizing around under those poles, could we just put something that's low growth? I mean, sterilizing would be cheap, but it might make our members not pleased.
AstroTurf.
Carl, I mean, we could knock it back and then put in a short mix that would, probably wouldn't even light on fire and head up the pole.
Go ahead, Carl.
Rich, question about the contract with Asplin. It seems to me that I remember at some point in time in the past, we put that out for bid, and there are other companies that do the same thing. When is that cycle up, or is it?
I'd have to look. You're right. I looked. We put that out for competitive bid. I don't think it was last year in 2019. It was probably in 2018. Trying to remember, I didn't get a lot of response from that. I put out a request for bids for probably 5 to 6 other contractors, and a lot of them didn't even want to respond. They were not interested in any more work. And Asplin was still the lowest. So I don't know that we have a cycle for that, Carl. It's just kind of just whenever I think would be a good time to do it, just to keep Asplin honest and make sure that we're getting the best price for what we can.
Well, and also other companies may have ideas or technology advances that they're employing that work. I don't know, but I think that is important that come into some kind of a cycle or whatnot to keep Asplin honest.
Yep.
I second that suggestion.
Yeah, I do know that there is a contractor that a couple of co-ops have used. One in particular is used, and I believe they're based out of Michigan. But they've had they are actually very happy with them. And so I think there are some out there, and we'll take a look at the possibility of bidding that out.
Yeah, I would like to add a couple of things.
You're fading, Rich.
I would like to add a couple of things. Asplin has an employee working for him now that works for us. His title's a job planner. He is really good at what he does. He is very effective at communicating with our members. He's able to get permission from our members to cut trees that we have been trying for years to cut their trees, and they're pretty resistant to it. And he just has a way of going in there and explaining to them why we need to do what we need to do, and he's been very effective. And I would like to point out in my portion of the board report, there was a member of ours at the Black Bear Lodge up in Grand Lake, very happy with the herbicide application and just kind of how we're handling that whole program, and just like to make sure you guys read that part.
Don't come near my house with crazy Carol.
Is that it, Rich?
That's it.
Okay, moving on to F, Rob will take the next two. So C5, the rebate program policy.
Thanks, Mark. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, C5 rebate program policy is up in the rotation. And what we've done with our suggested revisions is remove the procedural components of the policy that do not belong there. There is no substantive changes to the policy, the guiding policy. So it's in your board packet, and we'll go ahead and open it up for discussion for your input and possible adoption.
Just one thing on this, Rob, I thought I liked it. It's more simple. Under the first paragraph under policy, it says items eligible for rebates may change from year to year in response to tri-state rebate offerings. Because the green power rebate is referenced in this, I think it might be a good idea to also include that rebate amounts might change. And it may be, I think items and amounts of rebates are subject to change would be helpful in here.
Okay. Noted. We can certainly make that change. I'm trying to find the exact section you're looking at, Liz.
Okay, it's right under, it's 2 policy.
Yep.
The last sentence says items eligible for rebates may change from year to year in response. I think it could say, I don't know, well, later today I'll be presenting something to the board that would suggest that at least for the green power rebates, that we have a more tiered approach, because we can't really predict the number we're going to get in a year.
Oh,
but
right.
We can predict sort of the impact on our budget, so we could step it down. And
Okay.
so trying to accomplish that or reflect that in the policy, I think would be good.
Right. So if we add the clause after items eligible for rebates, and then add the clause and rebate amounts.
Right.
Change for, okay, got it.
Yeah, and I would say, other than that, I'm fine with it. I'd move to approve with that change.
I would suggest one additional change on top of what Liz suggested, and that's just to take the words off and just say rebate amounts and offerings may change, period. And doesn't need to be in response to tri-state. It could be in response to us. It could be, in response to a
I
Friday.
believe we struck tri-state.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and so, but your suggestion, Kristen, is to just change the sentence to say rebate amounts and offerings may change.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good with that. So I would move to approve it with that language.
And make it public.
And make it public.
So a motion by Liz and a second by Carl.
Oh, thanks.
Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Okay, the next is C6, and sorry, it's a very lengthy policy, so Rob might take a long time explaining this one.
I'm going to kind of introduce it the way I did the last one. And if you have questions about it, I understand. So this one's up in the rotation. It's the community room use policy. And again, we've removed the procedural components of the policy. And there's no substantive changes to the policy itself, with the exception that we are proposing to strike the community room use in the Kremling facility. It's not a location that's easily accessible to the public. It's got the razor wire. There is a side door access which requires a coded entry. And I asked our line superintendent in Kremling about how it's been used over the past 10 years, and he says it's been used twice in 10 years. He has some concern about the capacity and it's not really a community room, it's just a meeting space. And then there is a problem of if public groups use it, there's no way to really section off the offices of the employees there. So that's a concern as well. So with that, I present this to you for your discussion and possible adoption of the policy.
Move to adopt.
So motion by Dick. And a
Second.
second by Liz. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Okay.
Okay, motion carries.
Item H, we referenced this at the last board meeting as well. You have in your packet an application for the scholarship, and Rich is going to provide a little bit more background on it.
Okay, Scott Crawford, he worked for us this summer. He is a Middle Park High School graduate in 2014, as you can see. Scott was a very good employee. He had already enrolled in line school in Grand Junction prior to coming to work for us. Kind of heard through the grapevine that he was enrolled in line school. Called him up, talked to him, and asked him if he was interested in coming to work for us, you know, and kind of get a little introduction to line work, see if this is something he wanted to continue to pursue. So we ended up hiring him. And again, like I said, he worked for us for the summer. He is I'll say he's a very exceptional person. He's very driven, very motivated. He was always on the move. Let me put it that way. He always he always walked with a purpose when he was heading from one building to the other. He wasn't kind of lollygagging around. He did very good. He comes highly recommended by our guys. When he was headed off to line school, one of our guys suggested that we just go ahead and hire him. So yeah, a couple other things. He is enrolled in Mesa Hotline School. Actually, it's not Mesa. It's through the Western Colorado Community College. The tuition that he will be paying for tuition, that's other fees, books, and supplies, it's going to be over $12,000, which he's already paid. I believe he's already paid. He has, if you do on-room campus room and board, it's another $10,000. And then his tools. Tools are kind of a funny thing. You can buy like top of the line tools, or you can buy the really cheap stuff. So I tried to come up with some averages on that to equip him with all the tools that he would need. And these are just personal hand tools, climbing belt, climbers, boots, things like that. Comes to about $3,300. So he did not request a specific amount on this application, so I'm not sure what he's asking for.
And the one thing that Rich didn't mention is that, and this would be for Carl, but for everybody else, is he expressed a desire to work in Walden. So we have a lot of problems finding linemen for Walden, and he's a local person. We're investing in the community and trying to grow some linemen ourselves, as opposed to having to try and recruit them.
Would he commit? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Liz.
I was just curious, can you take me through sort of the schedule of lineman school, and do people work in between years? I mean, what does that look like? The, internships, apprentice, becoming an apprentice, and where that fits into the lineman school calendar.
Right. So most line schools there's different programs. Some are just 2 semesters. There is a school in Kansas, Manhattan, Kansas, that does the students go to 1 semester in the spring, and then they do a summer internship at a company, and then they return and do a fall semester. There's others that are like a 12-week school. They're all structured kind of a little bit different. It just teaches the guys kind of the basics of line work. It teaches them how to climb, teaches them some basic electricity principles. Again, just the basics. Once these guys graduate from a line school, then they need to go into an apprenticeship, and that's where the true training piece comes into play, I believe. And it's all that on-the-job training. That is usually a 4-year program. A lot of requirements are around that 8,500 hours of on-the-job training. There is a academic portion to that, so there's different programs that we've used for that. So these guys have tests that they have to take all throughout those 4 years, and there's about a test a month for 4 years to get through those programs. And like I said, the big piece, I think, for me is the on-the-job training. That's where the true learning how to be a lineman comes from. It's the experiences out there of how to do what you're doing with your hands. Does that answer your question, Wes?
Our apprenticeship program takes approximately how long?
4 years.
Is it too early to offer this person an apprenticeship in exchange for his, I mean, not starting now, but starting when he completes his lineman school?
We would like to offer him an apprenticeship next spring.
Cool.
Rich, my computer audio cut out. What was the total cost of the apprenticeship? I heard bits and pieces, but I couldn't put it all together.
So the tuition at Western Colorado Community College is a little over $12,000.
Plus the $3,000 in supplies.
Right.
Yes,
Another
$10,000 for room and board.
Yep.
Do we know what
All
we've done?
told, he's into about $25,000 to $26,000.
Thank you.
Do we know what we've done in the past for these scholarships? Have we?
I don't know that we have done them in the past, and but this was, if you recall, when we talked about modifying, some of our personnel policies last year with the board approved, that this is one of the things that we talked about is how can we, grow people internally to the area to not only, identify high school students that might want to do this, but also, they have a tie to the community so that after they finish, they're going to want to come back and work in the community and be good employees for us.
I'd like to make a motion, but that we provide some scholarship money for this gentleman. But I'm curious what people, you could just raise your thumbs up or down. Is 10 too much? Is 8 appropriate? Do you want to pay for the whole thing? What are people feeling? Because I'll move it. I think we should provide some support. I think just specific to us, we need to try to figure out what Mark was talking about, which is developing some homegrown talent and employees we can retain, and this could help us. But I also think as just part of the industry, we should help develop linemen because they're in short supply. So anything we can do to just help the industry do our little part and have this money come out of the education fund. So I think it's a good use of the money.
Rich, what about something along the idea of paying, if we're going to say we do the whole thing, give him half of it now, and after he finishes his first year as an apprentice, give him the rest. A little incentive to make sure we're not paying him and he goes to Kansas. So, how would you approach something like that? I imagine that's legal, that if we give him half now and he completes his first year, we can give him the rest, or, what you would think is appropriate.
I think that we have the flexibility to do whatever. And what I would suggest is perhaps we give him, say, $5,000 now, $5,000 when we hire him as an apprentice, and then $5,000 after his first year completed with us as an apprentice. And that way we would have paid for about 60% of the cost of him going to school.
I think we should pay more than that. Of all
Okay.
the scholarships we give to kids, I think this is a primary, a great one because he stands a chance of coming to work for us. It's we have a shortage of linemen. This is one place where I would go up to 80 or 90% scholarship on a stepped up deal. Say it might be $8,000. I like your idea of stepping it up, and then he actually comes to work for us.
Okay,
And then he improved his
Want to go to
handwriting.
lineman school? Maybe we could give him a finder's fee.
I move that we approve a scholarship for this gentleman to go to lineman school, and in the amount of a total of $21,000, $7,000 to help pay for school now, $7,000 when he comes to when he completes his schooling and comes to work, if he completes his schooling and comes to work for us, and $7,000 after his first year of being an apprentice with Mountain Parks.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Liz, second by Dick.
Yeah.
Any further discussion on that?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Jessica and/or Stacy if making some of the dollars contingent on employment would change it from a scholarship to wages. Which doesn't mean you can't do it. I just want to make sure we're on the same page as to whether that might make it taxable as wages.
The third year is my concern. The now upon hire, not a problem, 14,000. The 7,000 after 1 year, I have a concern. If he's getting a W-2 and we do a 1099, what is the risk associated with that? 7,000 times some Social Security, Medicare. I can double check with the CPAs, but I'd be okay with that. I don't think it's a large risk.
Yeah, well, and even
Is tuition reimbursement taxable? Because that's basically what this is. Regardless of when we give it to him, it's the total cost of his education. And I'm not sure tuition reimbursement is taxable regardless of when you will give it to them. So I'm not completely sure, but I realize.
I don't know the answer either. I just wanted to raise it, make sure it was on Stacy and/or Jessica's mind.
Stacy and I had talked about this a couple years ago, and Stacy, correct me if I'm wrong, but for most companies, the first $5,250, so $5,250 that you pay for an employee's tuition is not taxable. But because we're not a taxable entity, it doesn't really matter. Is that right, Stacy?
Well, we're exempt from state and federal taxes, but we do have to pay payroll taxes.
Right. Those were the taxes I was talking about, was payroll.
Okay.
Whether it's taxable to the employee.
Yeah, I think we can work out whether we have to add it to his paycheck later. That could be a stipulation. I can figure out if you all vote for this, I guess we could opt to gross up his paycheck in that third year. So he does receive $7,000. We add it to his W-2 if we need to. So if you're good with that, Dick, I would probably put that this is a scholarship, maybe not tuition reimbursement, but just scholarship for going to school since it's outside the educational fund. Different checks, different reporting. I think we could do it. I can figure it out and keep us with low risk doing it.
And I'll tell you guys that my former employer paid for part of my master's degree, and that was not added to my paycheck, but they paid for the tuition directly to the school. So I don't know exactly how that works.
I would like to, similar to our 2-year scholarships that we give to other college students, I'd like to see some type of accountability at the end of his schooling, and then also obviously at the end of his first year of employment, through his supervisors to receiving that funds.
Okay, we do have a motion.
Could I ask just what would you like for that? Like school records, apprentice tests, just so I can mark down what
Yeah, and I think, I mean, I'm not that familiar with those apprentice tests that he would be taking after his first year of employment, but obviously we'd want him in good standing within the company and his supervisors. Yeah, so I leave that
Good
up
point.
to the management team.
Yeah, and Justin, those requirements are already there. Obviously, before we would hire him as an apprentice, he has to demonstrate that he's completed the school. And then we have the tests that they have to take, and they are on somewhat of a schedule so that he would have to be making satisfactory progress to within the apprenticeship program in order for us to continue to keep him employed.
Sounds good. One other quick one is he might be a good advocate to talk to the high schools potentially, maybe in a year and a half from now before he finishes, and just, you know, talk a little bit about it, and come from the horse's mouth to receiving a scholarship and finding a local job.
Yep.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
we'll try to incorporate that into the Homegrown Talent Initiative with East and West Grand, and then whatever we can do with North Park as well.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Looks like the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, I is the Walden Level 3 charger. And Liz, I know that you've been doing quite a bit of work on this and talking to folks, so I'm going to turn it over to you.
Well, Carl's also been emailing folks, and I think in general, there's been a bit of discussion about this up in Walden proper as to where the best location for this charger might go. Carl, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Did you, did any of the fuel stations get back to you, or did they kind of decline?
They both got back to me, and neither one of them at this point are interested. Their comments was that there's too much regulation. The law that was just passed about having a dedicated spot and fines for parking in front of a charger, et cetera, they don't see the opportunity at this point to have a return on their investment. And I'm sure they would have to invest something in this. It was never really decided whether Mountain Parks, if we found a better location, would upfront all those expenses of upgrading the service, et cetera, to these people. So at this point, they do not see a return on their investment, and they're not interested.
Right, and I feel like they also, you know, the parking and the space at both those stations is pretty tight right now. And giving up that space would be a hardship, as they noted, you know, not having people park in front of the station might be a deal breaker for them. Since that time, staff has also suggested, well, that so as we talk about this, I want to say we talk about it in a broader context, in that there are other DC fast charger installations that are going in our service territory. One of them is using the Electrify Everything program. And so they are applying a lot of their capital credits to the cost of the project. So as you look at it, there's a $35,000 state grant money available for rural installations if the state feels that they're needed in the appropriate spot, and approve the grant. Their capital credits, there's potential money from Tri-State or not, and there's some green power money potentially. So staff noted that there are some entities in Jackson County that have quite a few capital credits, and in the past they haven't been I'll just say it, the town of Walden and Jackson County were the originally approached by the state to do this. I think the cost and the risk associated with it was more than they wanted to bear. But with partnerships, perhaps they would be willing to, one of them might be willing to take this on. So it was suggested that maybe me approach the town of Walden, which I will do, and ask whether or not, if they had financial assistance and we were able to think about the risks they face, whether they would want to participate in the project. That being said, Chris continues, I continue to look at the type of equipment, get the budget for that done. Scott, I don't know if Scott's spent any more time really working up I mean, we have a number for the make ready. Clearly then the make ready for the project depends on the location of the project, and that's been a little up in the air. At our last meeting, well, at an informal discussion, which Carl had dropped off, I think, we discussed as a board whether or not this program, whether this project should go forward. There was support at the board level to have a DC fast charger project in Walden. So that's where it stands. I think it should probably be, in some ways, part of a larger strategy to make sure that as charging technology evolves, more vehicles hit the road, how are we making sure that Mountain Parks territory supports the electrification of transportation? So I'll stop there.
And just to augment what Liz said, she has done quite a bit of work with staff on this and very much appreciate that. We had talked about last time about Fraser, and Fraser has submitted an Electrify Everything application for their fast charger to where they would be able to utilize capital credits to cover some of the cost of that project, where that it wouldn't necessarily be money out of the town's pocket in order to do that. We are working through that application at this point. So,
yeah.
Liz, you and Carl are going to keep working this up there?
Yeah, and I did talk to one property owner who has a lot in Walden. He was interested in it as far as a money-making opportunity. It's really hard to see initially, for the first few years anyway, that it would be a money-making opportunity. And so as we talked about it, he was concerned that as improvements were made in his lot, his taxes might go up. He's not called me back since that conversation, so I think he's decided that, you know, he'd keep his lot for something else. I'm very cognizant of the fact that if you are in that area, it would be nice to see it close to downtown so that people using it get out, go to restaurants, spend money, buy some whatever's available in stores in Walden as they go through. On the other hand, that adds complexity to the project and maybe cost to the project depending on where the location on Main Street is. So yeah, I think we keep working it and see.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Carl.
Liz, I think it needs to be clarified here, at least in my mind, what exactly Mountain Parks is willing to do. Other than the state grant, the tri-state grant, if we put it at Mountain Parks headquarters, the membership is going to have to pay for upgrade of the service of Mountain Parks facility in Walden to accommodate this. What is Mountain Parks willing to do for anyone else if they're interested in having this?
Well, Carl, that's a really good question. And I think, you know, and it depends on ownership and it depends on how badly someone wants it. Clearly, Fraser worked a deal with Mountain Parks because they want a DC fast charger in their town. Walden, that's probably a little harder. The service upgrade, when you say the members will end up paying for it, depending on where that money comes from, if some of that comes from Green Power members, that's a voluntary contribution. It's not a contribution from all the members. If it came from Mountain Park Services, in some ways that's not coming from all the members. It's coming from cell phone leases and money from Spectrum sales. So it's not necessarily coming out of the money that people pay for their electric bill. And I will say, on the other hand, it's hard to quantify, but as electric vehicles start to penetrate more, and I know we're seeing it here because I see the cars, people are charging at home, and we're increasing our kilowatt hour sales at our residential rates, which have margin on them. And so depending on when they charge, which I think Chris and Rob are addressing with a rebate for controllable chargers, Mountain Parks is going to see revenue from electric vehicles, and all of our members are going to benefit from a more use of our grid. So I can't give you a real answer on what we're willing to do until we know who is interested in hosting it. I think we're trying to be committed to make a project go forward in Walden, but I don't think we want to throw money at something that someone doesn't really want and won't take care of, or you know, sees a huge risk in.
Do we know what these cost, Liz?
Well, the Walden
total cost, regardless of where it is, you know, there has to be a finite.
There's a ballpark. I think that, you know, I've been looking at the Walden project, and it's probably 70 to 75,000. The Fraser project, from what I understood, was slightly more than 90,000. Again, the location, because of the make ready and where transformers need to go, I think does affect sort of that bottom line. But I think we're in that ballpark.
What is the state able to give, and what is Tri-State able to give? So I know what, if we're going to contribute or an individual is going to contribute, what's the part that's missing? In other words, we know how much the state's going to give, and Tri-State, then there's a dollar figure that somebody else has to give, whether it's Mountain Parks or an individual or it's a town. I'm looking for that number.
Well, the state gives a maximum of $35,000, Dick. Tri-State allocated $45,000. Some of that money is already spoken for with the Winter Park project, and potentially some with the Fraser. So there may or may not be any of that money left over when we get to Walden. It will depend on you know, how much Winter Park costs, to be honest. So I would say that if at this point, if you figure the $70,000 to $75,000 and then subtract $35,000 from it, that's the piece that somebody, whoever, is going to have to make up.
We've been sitting for, I believe it's 8-10 years on money in Mountain Park Services that is not doing anything. And I feel that these scenarios may be a good way to put those funds to use. This is money we received from the balance of the licenses and the write-offs of a bad investment. To me, the money has been sitting there, and just like in other places, if we could utilize that to get one or two of these stations going somewhere else, I think it might be a worthwhile scenario, and therefore the money does not come out of the members or affect their rates or anything. And that fund is also being increased with pole rentals. So if people are looking for funding, that may be an avenue that we could utilize. So, you know,
Dick, just
there's
a
enough
quick,
money to do 3 of these then. Yeah.
Dick, a correction with the Mountain Park Services. We are utilizing that money right now for the 2 solar projects. The
You're
way that
using the
deal is set up.
The 95 is going to be used up?
There's 141,000 as of July 31st, but I'm projecting it will be used for both solar projects.
Over what period of time is that going to be utilized? Because you're getting something like $22,000 to $23,000 every year going in. And so I see it going up, not going down. So I'm just curious as to, if your forecast says it's all going to disappear, that's fine, but over what period of time?
It really depends. There's a PPA between Mountain Park Services and Mountain Parks Electric, so it depends on electric usage. And then there is a agreement with Mountain Park Services and CoBank for the repayment of the loan, which I believe is 7 years.
The loan is 9.
9. Okay, thanks.
All right.
Well, and that is the point why I brought this up, is that needs to be clarified amongst the board here. If we're willing to put Mountain Park Service money towards a charger in Walden, and it won't cost a landowner or a convenience store owner anything, that would certainly change probably somebody's mind, but we have never made that decision as far as I know, and I am not in favor of putting Mountain Parks members' money towards this project, at least in Walden, because it's going to be a long time for the return to them. As Liz mentioned, it may promote electric vehicles and provide revenue because somebody puts a charger in their home, but that has, in my mind, is a separate issue from a roadside charger. So,
Someone remind me again why we're not just putting this at our Walden's electric facilities?
We were looking at something that would potentially have more exposure because our Walden facility is off of the highway. And if somebody is, looking, they're probably not going to park at our facility and then walk to a business downtown. I mean, it's not that it's a long walk, but they'll probably sit in their car, charge, and then unplug and go.
Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong facility. Are you talking about like out where the solar project is, or the facility right there in town where we meet?
It's the facility in town. It's, I don't know, 3 blocks off of Main Street.
I would push back on that a little bit. I think if you have an electric vehicle and you're looking for a level 3 charger, you're going to go wherever that level 3 charger is. And, level 3, the point is kind of to charge fast. So that person might not be in the mindset like they would be on a level 2 charger where they have a couple hours and they're going to walk around town. I think if you're looking for a level 3, you're looking to charge and keep going. So it might not matter that much that it's, not right there visible in the main drag. Just a thought.
Okay. Sounds like you got some more work ahead of you, Liz.
Yeah, we will keep working on this and then bring forward something for the board to consider. Moving on to item J.
I got a quick question.
Oh, sure.
Not to kick this down, but is there when's the deadline? When do the funds have to be used?
The state funds?
Yeah.
They still have to get us something for us to sign, which we don't have at this point. So, and I believe once that happens, Liz, check me on this, but I want to say we have 6 months to actually put it in place, but we can ask for extensions as long as we're doing something, as opposed to we just have the money, we've signed the agreement, but we're not actually putting anything in the ground. So I don't think timing at this point is an issue.
Okay, I just didn't know if in 2 years, the cost of this charger will be half what it is currently.
Well, yeah, I mean, for sure, the chargers are getting bigger and cheaper over time. One thing that I will say is the state, they'll want it in by the end of their fiscal year. They'd really like it in within 6 months so that they can know that it's going to happen, and then they can plan on who else is going to get grant money. As we sort of think about location, the grant was submitted for it to be at the Mountain Parks facility. Because we've changed that location, we don't know exactly where it is. We can't do the statement of work because we haven't said. If they could give us a statement of work right now, but it would be located at Mountain Parks. So we're sort of, we're in a holding pattern with them.
Okay, moving on to item J, Stacy is going to talk about the CoBank Sharing Success Program.
Yep, CoBank is a cooperative lender. We have 2 loans from them for our plant improvements, and we've got 2 loans for solar projects. In 2016, we took advantage of this Sharing Success Program, which I'll just read you something off their website that says, CoBank Sharing Success Program doubles the contribution of its customers to the charitable organizations and causes that they care about most. In 2016, we applied for grant matching funds. This is a matching fund program for Mountain Family Center TOTE program. In 16, 17, and 18, we received $5,000 from them. We matched it. We gave it to Mountain Family Center for the TOTE program. 2019, they upped the match to $7,500. All went to Mountain Family Center TOTE program. And now in 2020, they have upped their match again, $10,000 to $10,000. The open enrollment or the grant period is April 1st to October 31st. Mark and I spoke in May when this grant came up with the larger dollar amount. I had actually reached out to another nonprofit agency to see if they were interested in us possibly applying for a match for both Mountain Family Center and another nonprofit. Did not hear back from them. They were out of the office with COVID. I left a couple messages, left it in their hands, and did never hear back. Mark and I talked again and decided we would apply for the matching grant funds for the whole $10,000 for the Mountain Family Center, the TOTE program, which the TOTE program sends totes home at the elementary schools, the middle schools, and the high schools in Jackson, West, and East Grand. They touch over 500 families in our community. They also provide snacks at all the library story hours, Jackson County to Grant County. They provide snacks at the middle school and some of the elementary schools. They are also supplying sustainable growth stations for growing lettuce and spinach at the middle school here in Grant County, and they're looking to expand that. So we would like to request, I had in the budget $7,500 for 2020, but would like to do a $10,000 donation where we can get a match from CoBank, and we actually had been approved if we so decide to do this for another $10,000 and give Mountain Family Center a total of $20,000 for their TOTE program.
So moved.
A motion by Justin, a second by, was that Liz?
Yeah.
Any further discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? There you have it, Stacy.
Great, thank you.
Okay, last discussion action item K. It is Solar United Neighbors, and you have in your packet a letter from them. They have requested board support for their community outreach and education efforts of $2,000, and this would need to come from the education fund. So you have their request there, and what a little bit about who the organization is. Of course, Bryce Carter did do the presentation to the board a couple months back, and I will leave it at that and answer any questions that I may be able to.
Mark, was the gentleman that was on earlier during the public comment part of this? Jacob, I think his name was.
Jacob is part of the steering committee, so he is, the steering committee is made up of people that are participating in the program that are potentially going to do solar projects. He is not an employee or volunteer for Solar United Neighbors that I am aware of. And Kristen is shaking her head no, so.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say up front, because I am a member of Solar United Neighbors and Co-op, I'm gonna recuse myself from this issue.
Leva, I have a question for you. I did sign up to get the quote for Solar United Neighbors, but I'm going with a different solar installers. Should I recuse myself too?
So you're not affiliated with Solar United Neighbors in any way then?
No, like I signed up so I could get the quote
Oh,
for
the
Solar
original quote.
United Neighbors, but I decided for a variety of reasons, we're actually gonna hire Active Energies, which is not going through the Solar United Neighbors purchasing co-op, because Active Energies is willing to work with the students for the install.
But so when you say you signed up for a quote, you're technically
So they would consider me a member of
member.
the co-op, so I'm fine to recuse myself on this too.
And as with all of these questions, so this is regarding your fiduciary duty personally. So, and I represent Mountain Parks, not you. As far as the discussion goes, I think you're fine. And frankly, I don't know that Liz needs to recuse herself from the discussion. If there's a vote, then to be safe, recusal would probably be the best way to go.
Thank you.
Liz, what are you gonna get for $2,000? I mean, as a member of this, what would you?
Oh, well,
do you stand to
well,
gain with 2,000?
what am I going to get with the 2,000? Well, I just don't want to have, I don't want any, I don't want there to be any perception that as a director, I'm directing Mountain Parks funds towards.
No, I don't mean that. I mean,
well, what am I going to get for, well,
yeah,
I think, okay, so here's what I think the 2,000, and I don't know this for sure, I'm speculating, which is always dangerous, but the $2,000 goes to the staff time that I presume of Solar United Neighbors to publicize their program, to issue an RFP for a group buy of solar up here, to educate whoever, to send emails letting people know how solar works and what to expect if they had an install. They send out a series of educational emails that help bring people up to speed. All of that is done through Solar United Neighbors, which lessens the burden of providing that education by the solar company. About 30% of a solar companies or solar installers company, solar installers expenses is sort of customer acquisition. And this takes that customer acquisition burden away from the installer. Solar United does that. And then they drive down the price of the installs because the installer's doing multiple installs in the same area. So those $2,000 are going to go towards supporting that activity of Solar United Neighbors. Then my understanding is that everyone who actually signs a contract and does an install, $500 from that install also goes to Solar United Neighbors. So that's sort of how they pay for their, their operation.
I have a little additional insight into this one too. They kind of they usually operate in more urban areas. So they have, hundreds of members as opposed to a few dozen, but it's the same amount of staff time for them administratively. And when they go into the larger areas, they typically have some kind of co-sponsorship, $20,000 or so, that helps offset their staff time and costs in addition to that $500 or so that they're collecting per project. And I think they had zero money going in. So I think they're trying to get, obviously they don't expect 20, but they're trying to get a little bit of additional money to help cover that loss that they're experiencing. This was I attended a presentation they did at Winter Park last month.
So bottom line is for salary?
It helps keep the cost to co-op members lower, or else they have to, if they don't collect this, they have to bump up the price that they're adding on per install.
But yes, Carl, I think it's for their administrative cost because they're a not-for-profit and they're attempting to cover their administrative cost.
How would this benefit the community? Because that's where the money's supposed to be going for. If somebody could give me encapsulate how our contribution to this group benefits the community as a whole, that would help me make a decision.
Nobody knows.
I think Liz wants to take this. She really does.
Go ahead, Liz,
At the end of, it provides greater access of our community to affordable rooftop solar. And then the other thing I would say is solar provides, depending on how the grid is managed, cleaner air.
And I think Bryce would probably also add that they have been doing a lot of outreach that helps promote awareness of the Mountain Parks Electrify Everything program, and that can additionally help to get heat pumps, EV chargers, and or batteries installed that can help Mountain Parks potentially better manage its peaks.
Since I've been on the board, I believe we've been approached by 2 or 3 other rooftop solar companies that have tried to come into our and provide this service for members. So are we going to start funding the next rooftop solar company that comes in every time?
Well, they are a nonprofit, not a for-profit, but point taken.
So we would need a motion on this. If somebody wants to do that, or we can move on. Hearing none.
It dies for lack of a first. And with that, we have completed the action items. And Mr. Chair, I would say that this might be a good time to take a break.
I would agree. I barely made it through that last one. So let's take 10. Be back here at what, 20 till.
How do we do this? Scott, mute us, please.
Hey, Carl, you're going to need to make sure that you give Jeff some coffee or something to keep him awake.
So Mark, we're going to dissect this vertebra. What does that big knobby bit on the end, Mark? No, it's a disc. Oh, right. It's your favorite part. Less than 5 minutes. How could you ask me? Less than 5 minutes. Thursday, 10:13 a.m. And the final message.
Okay, Jeff, I think that we have everybody but Justin and Kristen back.
I'm here.
And
Sorry, my video is weird.
oh, okay, and both of them are back, and you guys, I think, in the boardroom just need to unmute because I don't think we can hear you at this point.
How's
Okay,
that?
we are good to go.
Okay. Engineering, Scott.
Okay. Yesterday, I had a pre-bid meeting for the fiber project. We did the meeting virtually, so I'm unaware right now of how many. It seemed like there was a lot of people on the call. I'm not quite sure who they all were. Vantage Point will be sending me the sign-up sheet when it's complete, along with the meeting notes and the addendums and all of that. So eventually sometime in the next couple of days, I should get a list of who all was there. But it seemed like there was a pretty good turnout. Thank you. You're welcome. Bids for that project are going to be due a week from yesterday. And so by middle part of next week, we should have a pretty good idea about how that project is gonna go as far as who we might hire to do it. When the project gets off the ground is gonna depend on material delivery. We're still hearing 25-week time frame for getting fiber optic materials. And so if that is indeed the case, maybe contractors have relationships with different suppliers, maybe they can drive that down. But,
Is that through Western?
no, as contractors supplying material.
Does Western have any of that stuff?
Western does have it. Yeah, they were at the pre-bid meeting. I encouraged them to make proposals to the supplier or to the contractors. We made a determination relatively early on in the process that it doesn't really work for us to try to supply material. Number one, we don't know. Number one, it's a lot of material. Number two, we don't know anything about any of the individual pieces and parts and things that it's going to take to do the job. Number three, we don't know the contractor's schedule. And so in order to try to procure material to keep a contractor moving on a project that size is outside of our abilities. And so made a decision relatively early on in the process to have contractors provide their own material.
And then Western United was in with the contractor.
They were at the meeting yesterday.
And nothing's happened with that yet. As far as, okay.
It's up to them.
I'm just curious because our price with Western United is a little bit different than a contractor's.
It is.
Okay.
It's up to Western to make proposal to the contractors, and then if they are competitive, then they're welcome to sell to the contractors.
I want to talk to Greg about that. All right.
So we should have bids in next week, and then depending on material delivery, we'll get that project off the ground. The per contract completion time, once they start, is gonna be 60 days. So I'm hoping at the very latest, sometime in the early summer next year, having a phase one complete. Once we get phase one squared away, get the contract in place, get things moving on phase one, then we will start with the procurement process for the contractor for phase two. There are still some permit issues outstanding with some of the Forest Service entities for phase two, but we'll work through that as best we can.
Remind me of the starting and ending points of phase one.
Phase one starts in Winter Park, comes to Granby, goes from Granby to Grand Lake, and then it goes from Granby to Hot Sulphur. Okay, questions on the fiber project?
Any questions?
Okay. The transformer number 2 at North Park tripped off Friday night. I believe it was in the middle of the night. I was out of town, Rich was out of town. Our crews were working with Tri-State, and they were able to restore power through switching the buses in parallel and picking up load, and then eventually Tri-State that night also put transformer 1 in service. From what I can tell, it looks like we had a bus differential operation. However, we didn't ever find anything that I know of, any evidence of any kind of a fault on the bus up there. I believe we still need to do some more investigating, and so next month maybe I'll have a little bit better description of what actually happened. I've just finally got the records from Tri-State late yesterday afternoon and really didn't spend much time looking at them. So next month I should have better information for you on that. There was a contact with a customer yesterday afternoon. Kind of came into contact with the primary, and Rich is going to cover that. And so I'm going to defer to Rich on that subject. Both Rich and I went down to do an investigation. Any other questions on any of my material? Justin?
Just a quick one. I had a note that you discussed with engineering and operations meeting about the new MPEI when we're installing all of the underground. I did read in somebody else's board report that we're still having members dig their own. There's one that said it was a member dug. So just wanted to know how that's going.
There are a handful of member install underground jobs that are left in the pipeline from previous years. So those projects are going probably the same as they have gone in the past. But anything that we've designed this year is all done by Mountain Parks. And the feedback that I've got from our guys, the engineering and the operations crews, are that the process is going well. We had spent a significant amount of time when we were working with customers. We spent a significant amount of time both in engineering and operations coordinating with customers, providing them materials, performing inspections. Line crews had situations with electricians where we would go out to open the transformer so that a customer could install their secondary wire. The electricians either weren't equipped to do what they were supposed to do or weren't ready. Our crews ended up doing a lot of the work for them on some instances. All of this was stuff that was not estimated into the job. We were making multiple trips to the same project for the purpose of inspecting and opening transformers. Engineering crews inspected primary work, operations crews inspected secondary work. It ended up really, in my opinion, being a nightmare to try to administrate it. And I'm sure the large developers had benefits to this because they were working with contractors and used to doing a lot of this coordination themselves. But individual homeowners and small builders, it was fairly cumbersome. And so early on this year, when engineering and operations staff met, we made the determination that we would discontinue that. And so from this year on, we're doing all the installations. Rich, you want to add anything to that? Okay. Go ahead, Liz.
I just want to circle back to Dick's question. While I know I completely understand why we wouldn't want to procure stuff because we don't control the schedule of the vendor we've selected and all that, is there any chance of allowing or coordinating with the vendor so that they can use our preferential pricing at Western United if it's more favorable, but yet make them responsible for the ordering and payment of the product? I'm just
No.
thinking, no?
It doesn't work that way. They would have to, Western United would have to sell the material directly to us. And then we would be in the middle of it. So it really, if Western United wants the business, it's in their best interest to give competitive pricing to the contractor.
I guess my point is we want to pay as little as possible for this project and have a good project done. And if there's significant savings somewhere, how do we get it?
I agree, but there's a significant cost to us trying to manage material that we're not familiar with on a 60-mile project that has a 60-day completion.
And I think, Liz, that although Western, we get a good price from Western, I think that some of these contractors can get potentially equally as good a price or better because of the volume that they buy in. And so we don't know that they're not going to be able to match the price that we could have gotten from Western on some of the larger component pieces.
Thank you, Mark. That's helpful.
Anything else, Scott?
That's it for me.
Okay, Rich?
Ready? So as Scott reported, we had a public contact yesterday at approximately a little after 1 o'clock. A gentleman was replacing some siding in Tabernash, on a building in Tabernash. He had a 10-foot piece of flashing in his hand. He was working out of a kind of a small backyard hydraulic lift. He ended up coming in contact with our phase wire. He was not at the scene when Scott and I got there. They had called 911 and EMS had treated him, and they transported him to St. Anthony's in Denver. I do not know the condition of this person. We did an accident investigation, notified Federated. I'm not sure, you know, we're within code. It was just an unfortunate accident. Hopefully
Levi, did you have something?
Just because, Rich, I wouldn't go into details of the accident investigation in the public portion of the meeting.
I wasn't going to. I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, sorry. I just, you know.
You said that we contacted Federated to notify them of the incident.
We did.
Good. Yeah, I wouldn't really discuss it much more, frankly. If you want to, we can do it in an executive session.
Right, I wasn't going to. I really don't know a whole lot more other than we did an accident investigation. Just like I said, just an unfortunate accident. Hopefully he will come out of this okay. Any other questions on that? I would like to update everybody on Williams Fork Fire is still burning. It's at about a little over 12,000 acres, 10% contained. Received some emails this morning from Excel Energy. They're trying to get in there to look at that transmission line that we own and they operate and maintain for us. They have flown that line with a helicopter, so they have gotten a visual inspection on it. They've found some structures that have some burns on them, but they don't know the extent of the damage to those burns. Incident Command is not letting them get in there on the ground to do a close-up visual inspection, so I'm not sure when they're going to be able to do that. One thing we're kind of up against is the weather. Excel would like to get in there and repair that line before the snow flies, but the fire's not probably going to be put out until the snow flies. So it's been a little bit difficult for them. They're talking a little bit this morning about getting a drone in there to fly and do an inspection with the drone so they can get some close-up inspection on that. Other than that, there's no other facilities of ours that are damaged or in danger of being damaged. The Cameron Peak fire is still active. I don't know if you guys noticed, but this last weekend it really blew up. So it's at 102,000 acres, 4% contained. It's still maintaining about 4 miles from the end of our line on the Laramie River. I did hear, I don't know where I heard it, maybe it was in an email, that there are some poles down. I believe they're probably Poudre Valley's poles that are in the Poudre Canyon. Any questions on those?
Yes, Rich, has it been determined, or you mentioned that one time, I don't know whether it was last meeting or meeting before, of the contract that we wrote with XL about who is responsible for replacing that, or if XL can just buy the line, or et cetera, et cetera? Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, the way I understand that contract, Scott, you can chime in on this too, because I think you read the contract. It looks to me like Excel will make the repairs and then they can invoice us for it. I'm not sure. We haven't really discussed that with Excel, whether or not we'll be invoiced, but they can invoice us for the repairs.
But then we would recoup that investment over time. So basically, they'll fix it, we potentially pay for it, and then they end up paying us back for it.
But don't we have some level of insurance that will cover this?
Depends on, I mean, I would say that the easy answer is yes. It would have to be above our deductible and below our coverage, but since we have the excess liability umbrella coverage of up to $20 million, I don't anticipate that it would be an issue. But I think that either way, either it's paid for by insurance or XL will end up paying for it over time.
I mean, have we notified Federated or whoever is our coverage that we've had some damage due to a wildfire?
No, I haven't.
Are we talking about just lines? Because I don't think lines are covered by the insurance.
Actually, you're right, Levi. Poles are not covered.
Yeah,
I didn't think so either.
What else is it?
There's too many of them.
What else is not covered? I thought it was a dollar amount, that it didn't just exclude stuff, but that we couldn't go above
distribution system. We are all poles.
No, it doesn't
That's why
cover
they want to insure
lines,
us.
poles,
Too many of
transformers.
them.
What else
It is a dollar policy, but there are exclusions, and one of those exclusions is poles.
Well, that's news to me.
Well, and that's one of the reasons why we are going to go out for an RFP on insurance services to see, because I will tell you that in my last job, we had insurance and it did in fact cover poles. So.
Does Mountain
Yeah, I'm not aware of, none of my distribution co-ops have coverage for their poles, so it's not that out of the ordinary.
Go ahead, Carl.
Co-op way.
Does Mountain Parks have this line fully depreciated out?
Yes.
What exactly is the value to us, except I guess revenue from XL or whatever, to Mountain Parks to repair this line?
Well, we wheel on the line for XL, and the value is the wheeling. But the agreement with Excel does expire, and so there is the potential that at some point in the future, we could recoup the load.
When does it expire?
Yeah. I thought it was like 99 years.
This is the line.
Levi, have you looked at this contract at all?
Not recently. If I have, I don't recall any of the details.
Would it behoove you to look at this thing?
If you have
Under the
questions, yes.
circumstance?
Sure.
Yeah, we can have Levi review it. I mean, if it is 99 years and there's an agreement, then I think that's why we would need to repair the line, because we have a contract to provide the wheeling services for Excel. And that's why we would need to repair the line.
I think there needs to be some clarity here, but that's my opinion.
We will have Levi take a look at the agreement.
Is this the line feeding the mill?
Yes.
And is the mill currently, I mean, is the line energized, or are they running on generators currently?
They have a loop feed. They have a loop feed.
Okay. Through another one of our lines or through a designated Excel line?
Well, I think it's all part of that agreement, so it comes out of the Blue River substation, I believe, and heads down towards the mill, and there might be a piece of that line that we also own.
Yes. It's all part of the transmission loop. So there's also another line that goes from Fraser substation to the mill.
No.
Yep.
Wouldn't we be fulfilling our contractual obligation to wheel power for them if we own part of another line that's serving them? Why would we bother paying a bunch of money to repair a line that's not
And I
needed?
think the answer to that is we'll get clarification from Levi when he reads the agreement to make sure that it doesn't require that they have multiple feeds.
All of those lines are, I believe, are identified in this contract. Okay. Yeah. What else you got, Rich?
That's all I have in my report, unless anybody's got any questions.
Oh, well, since the line inspection and the tree inspection and all of that focuses goes through the Granby superintendent, and he has announced his retirement. How's that all gonna? How are you doing with that? What sort of recruitment plan have we got in line here?
Right. So I have I've got some things in the works. I can't remember if I reported on this or not, but I'm in the process of restructuring the operations department a little bit. We are I'm creating a new position that's going to be a general foreman. Ultimately, I think that position is going to end up being the Granby superintendent, and everybody will just kind of move up in a position. But it's fortunate that we've got plenty of notice from the Granby superintendent, so I've got a lot of time to prepare for his exit. So I'm working on all that right now.
And that was part of our goals for this year, is to create a succession plan, because we knew that we were potentially going to lose at least one superintendent this year and one next year. And so the superintendent in Kremling is leaving at the end of this year, and then the superintendent in Granby will leave June of next year.
No other questions? So I'll jump into the safety report. We are approaching 4 years since we've had a lost time accident. Guys continue to work safe. We did have one near miss, if you want to call it that, maybe an incident where an employee was unloading a backhoe off of a trailer and had a little bit of difficulty with one of the brakes grabbing, and kind of spun the backhoe around as it was coming off the trailer, and luckily he didn't roll the backhoe or anything like that, and he was able to safely get the backhoe off the trailer. A couple of good things came out of that. Making sure those brakes are locked. So if you guys aren't familiar with a backhoe, they have 2 brake pedals. There's one for each side, each tire in the rear. And then there's a little mechanical device that locks them together. So it's always good practice to make sure you got those brakes locked together when you're unloading, and also making sure you have your seat belt on. So in the event that it did roll over, you wouldn't fall out of the backhoe. And in those backhoes, all of our backhoes do have that rollover protection cage that's part of the cab. I think other than that, that concludes the safety report.
Make a motion to approve the safety report.
Yeah, a motion by Carl and a second by Dick. All those in favor? Okay, motion carries. Rich, make sure you tell those guys we appreciate the work they did. That Tuesday was pretty rough out there. I was working in Old Town, but I was working inside and watching those guys, and wind was just going sideways. Yep. And you know, they did a heck of a job in there. So
yeah, there was a couple of times. If you guys are familiar with where the timber house is, it's not far from Old Town, but they were trying to restore some power in there, and they had to pull out because they said trees were just falling down all around them, and they determined it was unsafe, so they left and came back later that evening and fixed it.
Rich, do we have any way of knowing what those winds were in those areas? Is that something we're looking at eventually having our system be able to tell us sort of the conditions?
We're not looking into it right now, but it could be something that we pursue in the future. I know when we watched that webinar the other day from Rocky Mountain Power, they have a bunch of weather stations kind of throughout their system, and they have heat cameras that they're trying to pick up some, you know, where there might be a hot spot that's been generated from like a lightning strike or something like that. So they're doing some kind of interesting stuff with all the technology that they have.
Thanks.
okay, thanks, Rich.
All right, thank you.
All right, great. So the month of July, we saw another month with what I thought is above average margins. If you look at on the Form 7, there was a prior year, 2019, which was somewhat of an outlier year. We did have a lot of growth, but a lot of oil and gas production, pumping, and they used a lot of electricity. With COVID, since COVID, oil and gas usage of electricity is down about 38 to 40%. So the financials are showing for the month of July actually a loss in sales of 10%. But when I do a budget forecast, and I'm starting to look at it now, and I look at outlier years, and Kristen has mentioned this before with weather. Am I looking at weather? Am I looking at those years where somebody's producing a lot? It's a 10-year average. So if I go back 10 years and project the next year forward, it'll look at some of those anomaly years and normalize them a little bit. So I'm just getting ready to start on the 10-year forecast. Looking at the budget for 2020, we are really close to what I had budgeted for sales, but off about 2%, which translates to 500 to 550,000 less in power costs. So we're seeing a lot less power costs with demand and then kilowatt hour sales, seeing a lot less overhead expenses to the tune of $150,000. And then another big decrease in expenses is depreciation. We didn't put into plant as much as I thought we were going to last year, so our depreciation numbers quite a bit less. So budgeted margin was right about 2.2 million for this point in time. Budget actuals 3.1 million. So quite a bit above budget, very similar to last year, but the numbers are very different. The only financial concerns I really have is the continual decline in sales. I saw in the paper that Granby had their highest sales tax revenue ever for the month of July. And our residential sales were down almost 3%. So I thought, oh, that's kind of a unusual correlation than what I've seen in the past. Normally sales tax revenues are up. I see a similar correlation with kilowatt hour sales. So looking at that financially, we're good. And like Mark talked to you about, feeling financially stable enough to do a retirement. So I'm gearing up my staff, and we're getting ready for an October retirement of $1.7 million back to our members. We're doing some communication internally just to make sure everybody's ready for the calls and for the education. We also have another really big change I want to make sure you're all aware about. I talked about it last month, but we have a big change in billing dates, and this is going to affect about 55 to 60% of our members. Members are going to have new billing dates, and a lot of them are going to have new read dates. So just to make sure we are over communicating to our members, we have sent out postcards to all those that have been affected. Those went out last Friday. We have put in bill messages for both the month of August and September, all 3 cycles. Last, Monday, we did a reverse IVR phone call to all members that are affected. We have done key account emails, and we're going to be making personal calls. Chris will be. We have updated the website we have updated the website with some information. In September, we're looking at social media updates. And we mentioned it in the CCL, and as members call in and we see they're affected, we're letting them know. So we're doing our best to over communicate this change because it will affect so many members. So just so that you're all aware of it, whenever we have change, as we saw when we changed from ATS to NASC and we change website platforms and how they pay, our members can at times react, have a difficult time reacting to change. And we get a lot of phone calls and we hear about it. So just want to make sure you're all aware, big change is coming, and that big change will first be seen in October.
Why are we doing this change?
The biggest change, like I mentioned last month, is we're trying to create some efficiencies with our billing and trying to create some internal operations guidance with what happened with MV90. So we had a system that we were relying on that we decided no longer to support and pay for because it wasn't giving us a big benefit. So it's going to save us, Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, $30,000 to $40,000 a year. I'm not sure if it's that much, but our MV90 software went down, and we used it internally for some billing, for some checks and balances, and Scott was using it as well. Tri-state bill. We have other things in place that we're using, but it really affected billing that we're no longer using that MV90 system. The biggest effect was when we bill our coincidental peak. So we would take the information from MV90, we would get it early in the month, and we could bill the coincidental peak. That bill would take place on the 10th of every single month. Now we no longer have that MV90 data. We don't get the final tri-state bill till around the 15th of the month. So I don't feel comfortable billing our large powers for coincidental peak. So in having those discussions, we talked about how could we operate more efficiently? How could we look at having 2 cycles instead of 3 cycles? How would that create efficiencies in my department? Having 2 versus 3, we talked about would create a lot of efficiencies. We used to have bill dates of 1st to the 1st, 10th to the 10th, 20th to the 20th, read dates. And now we're going 1 read date, 1st to the 1st. That way financially, I can better match to the tri-state bill, our revenue. We can have a clear, concise message to our member. Every read date's the 1st to the 1st, because it was a point of confusion for the members and our staff internally. So we're really trying to streamline our billing process, make it more simple, and also keep the accuracy intact with the loss of a system.
So this impact residential customers as well?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, we will be consolidating all the residential customers into the first billing cycle, and the business and industrial will go into the second billing cycle. One of the things this will do too is it will we've had some issues with billing for a number of reasons. And this will hopefully simplify it so that we're able to identify those and correct it before a billing error goes out.
Okay, and if people are enrolled in the automatic deposit or automatic payment, will this be seamless for them?
No, it won't be seamless. So they will, let's just say somebody is billed on the 20th. They will have an automatic payment taking out by the 30th of the month. And then they're going to be billed again the next month on the 10th, and they'll have an automatic payment taken out the 20th. So a little bit earlier than what they're used to. And we put that in our communication. But also on the same point, that next bill is going to be a little bit less because the month will be shortened. It'll be, the 20th to the 1st. And, as we
there's no risk that someone will be, charged a late fee because they didn't update their automatic billing. Okay.
We are not charging late fees now currently with anybody still per the governor's orders. So no late fees. And we're going to.
Yeah. And the other piece of this, that's why we're trying to over communicate and touch them, via postcard or snail mail, email, website, and reverse IVR calling so that we do everything we can so that they will be aware of it, before it actually happens.
Any other questions? Or any questions on my report?
One more on margins being up this year. That's great. Will we be doing a comprehensive analysis after this to kind of look at some of the lessons that can be drawn from it? It seems counterintuitive that we sell less and we make more. Maybe that says something about our rates and who we're charging what. So just curious if you have any preliminary insights there.
We will be looking at that, but it's primarily driven by the demand component because we're not paying Tri-State as much for demand as we would normally. And so we will analyze it to see how we might do it, but a lot of it is driven by the way that Tri-State charges us for power and not necessarily how we're passing that along to the members, because we could change how we do it to the member, but then when it goes back to what I will refer to as normal, then that would shift it and it would affect us adversely because Tri-State's not at this juncture looking at changing the way that they charge us.
Yeah, that reminds me, one thing that we had been talking about previously is, in our monthly report to the board, we get information as board members on sales, total sales, and total revenue, but we don't really get a good breakdown per customer class of how much is going to demand charges versus how much is going to energy charges. So I'm just going to state that one more time. That would be helpful to have that information.
So if you look at my customer sales and revenue data, I break down kilowatt hour sales and the cost. But with residential data from a revenue standpoint, we charge no demand. There's no demand for revenue.
We don't charge our customers demand charges. I want to know how much we're paying for demand charges for our residential versus our other customer classes. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's a great question. I'm hoping meter data management can supply that information. Eventually, Joe and I have been working on a report to try and get demand data for each and every customer, because we have some, I have some theories with who's using a lot of demand, not if you can follow that. From a Tri-State standpoint, the way they bill us, that I feel like I chased my tail, we don't have a cost recovery system that exactly reflects how Tri-State bills us. So as a financial person for the co-op, it's really difficult because we don't have a direct match with that. So I'm always trying to figure out how can I quantify that. Our Tri-State bill is a reflection of substation usage, and we get billed per substation usage and the demand per per substation. Oh, I can't say that right now, but so then trying to break that down with our meter data management system, how do we break down who's reporting to what substation with feeder lines? And we're working on that as we get map-wise mapping. Heather and I had a meeting last week that we want to make sure feeder lines reporting to tri-state, and thus with me changing the bill to first to the first, we have good match. So feeder lines is the first step, and then individual lines is the second step, and it's a lot of data, but we're going live with MapWise in September, and we'll all be on the same platform, MapWise, and then hopefully with the AMI system and meter data management, we'll have some good data. It's just hard to map it back to tri-state with 17,000 residential members with each one at 0.5 kW, but we're working on it. It's definitely a goal. When will it come to fruition? It's really difficult, challenging project. 2 years, realistically.
That's interesting, because I was told that our new billing system would provide greater ability to actually track that data. We can come back to this at some point. I don't want to hold up the whole board meeting. Thanks.
Go ahead, Liz.
Just a quick comment. I too am somewhat amazed that that we still have the margins that we do, but I did notice that on your kilowatt and kilowatt hour data, I mean, as far as July goes, the way I read it anyway, we paid more, the cost change, actually, we paid more in at the final column. We paid another 53,000,
Yep.
you know, and so I look at that and I'm like, okay, how many months can we do that? And based on the margins that we went into this month with, probably a number of them, depending on how big they are. But it did give me pause a little bit and make me think, okay, how long how long will this pattern continue? And you know, when do we start to become, I mean, right now we're fine, but it definitely opened my eyes a little.
Yep, July flipped a little bit. Good observation, Liz. Yeah, and the total year to date, you could see down below to the negative 800,000.
Yeah.
Yep. So, but July, I was like, well, this isn't the normal trend. Nothing's normal right now, but.
Stacy, is this something that with the pandemic going on and people sort of now getting back to normal, schools reopening, businesses being more active, are we going to see this conceivably shift back to the way it was before? I mean, the last 3 or 4 months, you've had almost all your businesses closed and people staying at home. And, you know, that effect is going to go as to how the electricity is being utilized. If we start going back the other way, that'll probably normalize, won't it, as we go forward?
I'm not sure yet. I don't know how many businesses went out of business, how many people have decided they're going to work from home instead of reopening their business. I still see a big trend in small commercial, large commercial. Now I'm working in history. I'm back in July and just starting to work on August. So it's always behind, you know, I'm looking in the rearview mirror and see large losses in those areas. And I would hope that more people are at home working and home more, but there was a loss in July too, which is, like I said, puzzled me. So I don't know.
And I noticed that we have our residential, well, our small residential class on the RUS forum continues to grow.
Yeah.
Number of
203 through July. Yep. So we see growth and we see less usage. Yeah. I want to answer Kristen's question too, just to reiterate again, with our billing system, we don't bill demand with residential.
I know we don't bill demand with residential. That has always been crystal clear. What I'm saying is that we get the kilowatt hours and the revenue from our customer classes in your report, but the kilowatt hour sales don't tell us anything really about contribution to margin. For that, you need both the kilowatts and the kilowatt hours. And from that, we can estimate, based on how much we know Tri-State bills us, what each of our customer classes is doing and what's driving some of these trends. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. But yeah, even with our new billing system, from a pure billing standpoint, yeah, I won't be able to look at KW, but from an AMI metering system usage on the metering side, we should be able to gather some data to look at how we're billing kilowatt hours versus how they're using kilowatt hours in KW and how Tri-State's using us. That's what you're asking, to try and match a system that's not fairly matched, just so I understand.
Just interested in what the KW is in addition.
Me too.
Yeah, as we continue to leverage the meter data management system, we will be able to get to more in-depth information like that and be able to potentially prepare a by line of business revenue contribution.
Thanks. And the reason I think this is important and I'm spending some time on it is because Stacy, during our last meeting, you said that you were going to start looking at, rate restructuring, estimating, looking at demand charges. If we're going to start having those conversations, we need really good data in order to make good decisions. And I feel like we don't have all those pieces yet.
We don't, and I really have put a pause on that because of other issues that we're talking about in executive session, and it really stems from billing and how our costs are coming in and how I have to pay for them and how I want to match them on the revenue side. So yeah, ideally it'd be an easy match. Kilowatt hours would flow through, KW would flow through, a small service availability charge and be super easy for me as an accountant, but it's a little challenging the way our rate structure is right now and how Tri-State has changed it and how we couldn't maneuver and change to all our members because they're used to a certain way of billing. Yeah, in the future, a match would be ideal.
Stacy, this is Carl. We keep talking about this meter data management and how important it is to Mountain Parks as far as rates, as far as being able to institute programs to control water heaters or whatever. But it seems to me we've been talking about this for a couple of years now. And you mentioned earlier it's probably going to take a couple of years more before we get any results. What is the holdup here? I mean, is it personnel? Is it time devoted to this issue? Is it a software issue? Is it a hardware issue? What is the real issue? Why we're not getting to the bottom line?
If you're asking, well, you're asking my opinion. We've had an AMI system for 5 years now and a meter data management system for a year. We've learned a lot in the last year with how reads are coming into the system and how our meter data management system works as we connected the billing system to it. And it was a lot of, and correct me, Joe and Scott, they're very much involved with the metering engineering side of it. But from my standpoint with billing, it's a lot of fine tuning and dialing in our whole AMI system now that we are relying on certain standards for billing and a low error. We're trying to get to, the 99.8% reliability, 99.8% reads coming in. And we have a way to monitor that now better than we had when we originally installed just the AMI meters. We were doing things that we noticed last year when we did the cost of service study. They told us, hey, we're not able to get all this AMI data over into our system and do calculations because we were doing meter exchanges, resetting the meters, and not storing all that good data that we needed to the way we needed to be doing it. Now we can see all that with NISC. The second aspect of it is the meter data management system is really complicated. There's a lot of data out there in 15-minute and 30-minute intervals times 22,000. We're getting our head around the billing side, feel good about that with the conversions. And now Joe and I have been putting a plan in place to really start to understand the meter data management system. Me from a billing, him from a metering IT, and then Scott from an engineering side. So that, I don't know if Joe, you want to add, or Scott?
I've been using it for analysis on transformer loading ever since we got it. I mean,
And I will be able to provide some reports. Now that we have a full year's worth of data, I'll put some of those in my board packet next month. I'm not exactly sure how well they'll be formatted, and there may be some discrepancies, but it'll be stuff for us to start to chew on. I do believe we can pull demand information out by rate class now. There will be some snags in that certain rate classes changed when we first started implementing, and then we revamped the rate classes. So there'll be some cleanup that we need to do there, but I do believe we can start to pull that data out, and the data is improving. It improves every day as we get more. The system is able to do a better job of extrapolating missing data and everything like that. So it is coming along, and I will provide.
That what confuses me. I sit here and say Scott says he's using it every day. You say we're real close, but then Stacy says we're years away.
Well, there's different parts of it, Carl. It's like there's so many tools in this toolbox, and I feel like the staff is kind of using the tools that are most important first, like making sure the money comes in and our billing works, and then like we'd love to have the outage management system so it maps it, but because of COVID, they haven't been able to do that, but they'll get there. I think it's a tremendously complicated system, and transitioning over to it. I mean, as a board member, I don't understand half of the terminology and what you guys are talking about. I just try to figure out like what the end result means. But one thing I would say about the demand side of it is we're asking for, I think what Kristen's asking for is the demand that residential users contribute to the tri-state billing demand for mountain parks. And that's different than just their general demand. We have to know their demand at the instant we set our peak. And so that's more complicated than just saying, what was that customer's highest demand during the month? Because that's the demand we want to use to charge them for their portion of the distribution system, not for the tri-state peak. Or do we want to go in that direction? So there's a lot of data, and it's super complex. And I think, my feeling is staff continues to implement this meter data management system. Some tools are readily available. I read in Scott's report that, the mapping, the transition to the MapWise keeps crashing a computer. I'm sure that's frustrating, and it takes time to sort through these things so that everything works seamlessly. And it probably never will work seamlessly, but it's an aspiration.
And for me, step one is getting the read dates for all our residential members first. That'll match tri-state bill. And that's not going to happen until October. And then we'll start getting some good, I hope with Joe's report, demand data we can match back to tri-state, or we can see, are we off, are we close? And that report will be key.
In the past, our demand that we attributed to the residential customers, we got to by backing out the meters that we had actual demand data for. And so in our cost of service, that's how we got it. And now we're asking to get it, in a more accurate format, closer.
Correct.
I have another question about finance. I noticed we paid about $135,000 in income taxes. That appears to be higher than in the past, if I'm not mistaken. Could you address that, Stacy?
It shouldn't be higher than in the past. Our payroll is up. So payroll taxes are I just looked at September, August. So back to July, $8,000 to $10,000 more. Our sales are down. So actually sales tax is a little bit less than we would normally see October, November, December, but most of that's payroll taxes. No income tax at all. We don't pay income tax. No federal, no state.
I just want to make sure. It appeared to spike and I was just curious, and that's all. That's fine.
Just a little more for payroll taxes.
We are not going to do that suspension of payroll taxes, are we?
No.
Good, thank you.
What else do you have, Stacy?
That's all?
Okay, thank you. Joe, you ready?
Yep. So I will get those reports next month. Like I said, it's gonna be a little bit to chew on. There may be a little bit of discrepancy in how it's presented, especially since some of these are brand new to all of us. And there is some rate changes along the way that may affect some of those. I just wanted to touch for a second though on MV90. That came up last month. It's been talked about again this month. So the support costs for MV90 are roughly $7,000 to $10,000 a year. And I say a range because our MV90 system was a very, very simple base system. When we basically used to call on the telephone all of our meters. To make MV90 more useful, we were going to have to upgrade it to what they called their IP package. And so that was going to increase the cost of MV90 as well as its support costs annually. The other thing, we were using MV90 to predict or to identify, not predict, but to identify this coincidental peak. And over the years, it's been wrong. Often by only an interval, maybe two, but there have been several times where we billed incorrectly based on MV90's data. And it was wrong. It read the peak as one interval when the peak actually happened on a previous or a lagging interval, a later interval. And so the only true and accurate, 100% accurate way to bill the coincidental peak is to bill it from the peak that Tri-State identifies on their bill. So there just wasn't a value proposition in MV90 anymore. With regards to having it be the reason for the billing change, I don't know, that's Stacy's area and billing department, but MV90 was kind of just we kind of used it as a crutch. We do use it for, or have used it in the past to validate the Tri-State bill, which we're still working on a new way to do that, but we have identified that we can do it through the SCADA system by aggregating those substation meters, at least as a sanity check, I think is what the term Scott and I use. But that's going to take some doing as well. We were surprised to know, Scott did some research on this and found that very few co-ops even validate their Tri-State bill.
Yeah, that's true. The main purpose when we initially installed MV90 was for checking the Tri-State bill, and then to be able to do some analysis on certain customers where we had meter data that we needed to do analysis. MV90 is really a meter data management system, although it was developed in the 1980s, so it's actually fairly primitive in what tools are available to do it. But it did work really well to analyze the Tri-State bill. As we added meters to substations, we were able to validate the reads, Tri-State's meter reads against the meters that we installed. So we had, on half of our substations, we had independent meters that we could use to check the Tri-State bill. As far as predicting the system peak, as long as the system was working right, as long as we got reads on all of the meters, the data in there would be identical to the data that Tri-State used, because we're reading Tri-State's meters. And so as long as we read the reports correctly, we could identify the system peak date and time, the interval. That a lot of times came down to operator error where we picked out the wrong interval. And so the only way to do 100% obviously is to use the interval that Tri-State puts on the bill. Now, when we go into checking the Tri-State bill in the future, like Joe said, we're hoping to be able to aggregate the substation meters using our new meter data management system, but that requires us to get the data from the substation meters into NISC, which currently, we don't have a way to do that. Currently,
Why not?
well, the substation meters do not, the data from substation meters do not flow into the Tantalus system, which then flows into meter data management. So there are different types of meters. Meters that are at substations are not remote read, typical billing meter like you would see on a house or business. It's a whole different kind of system. And so the SCADA system is collecting the data. And so what we need to do is to have the SCADA system take that data and convert it into a format that the meter data management system can use. And so that's what Joe's working on, and when that becomes available, then we should have the same kind of system back in place to check the Tri-State bill. Joe's absolutely right, though. I did a survey amongst a bunch of my peers, engineering managers and engineers at certain co-ops, Tri-State co-ops, and La Plata was the only one that had any kind of system in place to verify the Tri-State bill. And it's the largest bill that we get, that we have to pay. And so it's shocking to me that nobody else has any kind of no one has a system to check it. Joey, got anything else? Or?
I just wanted to touch on one last thing. Last month I mentioned in my report, and I didn't put it in this month's report because at the time I wrote my report, I didn't have any update. But I mentioned that we're losing access to Tri-State's mailbox RTU. And I told everybody that I was working with Western to utilize their fiber optics to be able to retrieve data from our Gore Pass Hinman substation. The only thing I want to update is that I do now have a draft of Western's telecommunication sharing agreement. And to my surprise, it's roughly 70 pages long. So that's going to take a little bit of time to go through. I am hoping to still make this happen by the end of the year, but it's pretty ugly. This is a template that they shared that they recently executed within the last 30 days with Poudre Valley. So I'm hoping but that's how we're planning to get that data once Tri-State does away with their mailbox RTU.
Okay. Any more questions for Joe? Jessica, are you there?
I am here. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my internet, so I turned off the video. So just trying to get back into everything and catch up on it. So I'm focused mostly on items that are going to affect 2021 budget. So looking to help with the insurance and benefits, and then the performance management and compensation plan. So as you can see, the third page of my report has the 2021 renewal rates from NRACA. I don't know why they put the medical, dental, and vision in there. It's probably an error on their side. But as I mentioned in my report, they are holding those rates a lot due to elective surgeries being down from COVID, healthcare travel costs being down from COVID. So waiting on Frank to provide the medical, dental, and vision rates for 2021 for us by September 21st. So that will be included in the October board report. For now, I just wanted you guys to see this. I do plan on continuing the other coverages that are listed here with NRECA. No rate change except for a reduction to life insurance and to long-term disability. And that we will include, the life insurance will be included in the budget. The long-term disability is an employee paid benefit, so that does not affect the budget. So that's all I have. Does anyone have any questions for me?
How's that baby doing?
He's good. He's pretty calm, so doing pretty good.
Good.
Yeah.
Anybody else got any questions for Jessica?
The office is going to be opening at 7:30 now for customers in the near future. I saw in your report.
Yeah, so that was something that we had looked into back in, well, last winter. And the consensus was that opening at 7:30 so that the, we'd be more member friendly. Now we're doing the 410s for that group of individuals. So it makes sense for both sides, for members and for employees.
Yep.
So as soon as we're open to the public again, then the plan is to open at 7:30 in Granby.
Okay, the office is not open for somebody to walk in and drop their bill off still?
It is not. You can go through the drive-through. You could, of course, put it in the drop box, but you can't physically enter the building.
When do you anticipate folks being able to walk into the building?
We had hoped July 1st, but as we have seen with changes in the, I guess, increases in cases and decreases, we're taking a very deliberative approach. We will possibly look at November 1st.
Okay. Rob Taylor.
Unmute yourself, Rob.
Sorry about
You
that.
there, Rob? There you go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just a couple of updates to my written report. So since the time I submitted my report, the Electrify Everything applicants increased from 32 to 42. A number of people that have been calling in the last couple of weeks here have mentioned our ad in the Colorado Country Life magazine. So they're responding to that. What I can tell you right now is we have 5 signed contracts. 4 of them did require down payments. So we have a financial contract signed for every single type of offering that we have now. So we have one for a commercial EV charger, one for insulation, one for a heat pump, and we actually have 2 for a solar project. So that's where we are. One of those projects has been completed still, and the other 4 we presume are the work is either scheduled to be done or being done right now, and hopefully those are completed soon. But the requests keep coming in. This is taking up some of our time, more of our time, I should say, in our department, but that's okay. We're happy to do it, and members are really responding to the program. Last month, you all, I think it was Justin, had mentioned providing the flyers to the local businesses. I did that. You can see that in my report. We do have the yard signs that Liz had suggested. Those are on order. We should receive them shortly. So we will have those as well. An update on the residential time of use rate. I had 42 in our report. We're up to 44. So that's slowly growing with more and more members calling, asking about that. We will continue to keep promoting that from time to time. We were discussing just this week, after we get through the billing on the bill, we have a billing message we can put on our bills. I don't think there's an additional cost for that, but we have some things we have to put on them now, like the billing cycle change. And I think we might do something, a message there in capital credits. But after that, we'll probably go ahead and put a message on there about the residential time of use rate from time to time to keep that in people's minds as well. And then the last thing I wanted to mention, I will be up in Walden with the at the fair tomorrow and Saturday with the Tesla, so we won't be able to do the test drives yet. We probably have to disinfect every time somebody got into the car and whatever they touched, but I will have it up there. I will be telling people that we're working on a plan to allow them to drive it very soon. And I will be able to answer their questions about electric cars, hopefully, and stir up some excitement. Generally speaking, the car speaks for itself. When it's even parked somewhere, it's not uncommon for someone to walk up and start asking questions about the car. So that's what I have in addition to my written report, and I will open it up for any questions that you might have.
You mentioned in your report about us approving the wrap for the bus.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something we have to take up?
I don't think so. I just wanted to share with you the design of the wrap. If you have any thoughts about it, we'd love to hear them, but the approval that is needed is actually from the West Grand School District.
Okay.
They have to approve it. And then after that, the State Transportation Authority has to approve it. And then it's good to go.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Bills for payment. Any questions on the bills for payment?
Nope.
All right, moving on. Open board forum, associated reports. Liz, did you want to start? Can't hear you. Need to unmute.
If you'd like me to start, I can start. Green Power, as you know, for the last, I don't know how many meetings, I've said we're going to change our rebate amounts, changes coming. Some of it centered around the Solar Cares program that Mark talked about in our last meeting before COVID struck. So what I'd like to do is take you through some slides that kind of talk about where how Green Power has evolved over the last 9 years and what our budget looks like for the next 3 years and how we propose to move forward. Joe, can I just hit share my screen and it'll come up? Host disabled, attendee screen sharing. You might have to enable me to share my screen. Okay. Let's see.
Good work now.
Okay. All right, so we're at a pivot point. Just to remind folks, people who are on this committee, Barbara Vasquez up in Jackson County chairs it. Seth Portner, who has quite a bit of experience in all sorts of relevant fields, is from Fraser Valley. Lynn Ann Stutz is over in Mark's territory, and Steve Meyer is up in Grand Lake. So since inception in 2011, since we transitioned to a local program, things have really taken off. We've had 140 rebates and they total, I have to get my screen so that I can actually see what's on the slides. Sorry. I think it's about $280,000 we've given out. Now I'm gone. Now I've got it all screwed up, you guys. I'm sorry about this. I'm screen sharing, but I don't have control over my. Here, we'll start again. With the first slide, second slide. Okay. We've had about $280,000 that has been given out. One of the issues we're facing is that in 2020, we've already done 18, we've already processed 18 rebates. That's normally what we do towards the end of the year. So we did that by the beginning of August. We expect 2020 to be the largest year so far in the history of green power as far as applications. And this is due to multiple things happening at once. The Electrify Everything program, the reduced project cost that Solar United Neighbors is offering, and the excitement that they're bringing to solar. The rush for a lot of people, well, not a lot, but people who are considering solar, they want to get it in by the end of this year because the federal tax credit goes from 26% to 22% next year. And then lastly, just the economics of solar. It's getting more and more economical to put it in. Because of this rush, we expect that if we continue on the existing trajectory, we'll run out of funds at our current rebate levels. So we need to change rebates, the rebate structure and the amount. We committed starting last year we worked with staff on the Solar Cares project. That project, while we'd hoped to have it start this year, is going to be in conjunction with community solar. And really, we have to start planning for a net payment of about $8,000 a year for 10 years. After that, the project will return some money to the Green Power program in the form of avoided cost. So we developed a calculator that allowed us to explore what would happen in the next couple of years. So here's a screen of just sort of what things look like. I think a graph is a better way to explain things. So here's a graph that sort of shows the decline of the costs of a kilowatt hour generated by a rooftop solar system. So basically, so you know, Green Power asks in the rebate process what the installation cost. And then we use a tool that NREL has that projects what the system will produce. And we look at that over 25 years, and then we come up with a kilowatt hour cost of that electricity. It's a little uneven, the data, you know, it's only as good as the data that's reported, but you can see that the long-term trend is, you know, it was above 7% in 2014. This doesn't even go back to 2011. And now we're seeing really down around 5-cent kilowatt hour cost. So the cost is coming down. It becomes a better economic proposition for folks to do this. There's a graph of our the total number of projects versus the kilowatts installed each year. You can see that that's going up, trending up. This includes 2020 with a high estimate. We decided we should plan for a high estimate because that would be both the best case and the worst case scenario as far as our funds are concerned. And here are our, if you take a look at this, you can see that the Green Power Fund contributions have increased. They've almost doubled since 2011, and yet the solar rebates are outstripping the donation levels. Even if we have just sort of an average last 4 months, we're going to exceed our revenue. So as Green Power sat down and has been talking about this change for quite some time, really spurred by Solar Cares, but a desire to benefit more members. They thought about what else they could do. The immediate thing was, what are we going to do about rebates? Currently, the way the rebates are structured is it's $1,000 per project and then 10 cents a watt with a maximum of 2,000, I believe it is. And so as we talked about this, we wanted to bring the rebate amount down, and we wanted to provide some certainty or have less uncertainty about whether or not the rebate would be there for someone who was doing an installation. And so first we started trying to just project what would happen in a year. And we said, well, let's just go to $1,000 for every project through the end of 2020. And then in 2021, we'll lower it to $750. But in reality, what we thought would be even better would be from a budgetary standpoint and a certainty standpoint, because after we run out of money in 2020, what are we going to do? Tell people they don't get any rebate at all? So we came up with a tiered rebate structure, put that in the calculator, and that worked a lot better. We added, we also put in the calculator the funding for the Solar Cares project for 6 months of 2021. There's been some discussion about batteries. We kicked around a battery rebate or energy storage rebate. The price, and we did some research on energy storage systems. The price of energy storage, residential energy storage, is still really pretty expensive, and the rebate necessary to sort of get people to do it would be larger than our revenue stream probably allows. And in talking about it, we decided that, the committee decided that what they'd really like to help would be Mountain Parks staff, or Mountain Parks as an organization, develop some technical expertise in energy storage, resident behind the meter energy storage, whether that be through funding a pilot project or whatnot. It would leverage those funds, perhaps with some funds from Tri-State or the state or whatever. So the idea is to really bolster technical expertise in energy storage and have that come from green power rather than from the general Mountain Parks budget. Also, the GPAC felt that in the past, if I were to go back to that history page, green power has supported the electrification of transportation. It's something that green power wants to continue to do in the future. And then the Solar Cares project sort of offered an opportunity for some money to come back into green power. And the discussion is centered on what sort of public benefit can we apply that money toward. Weatherization comes to mind because frankly, it's a really efficient use of funds, and those funds often can be leveraged with state and federal funds. And so, and Seth has quite a bit of experience with the weatherization programs around the state. And so that was, as a placeholder, we said weatherization, it could be something like buying the output of community solar and turning it over to EOC. There are multiple ways we could accomplish this goal, but the feeling was 9% of the annual revenues to some sort of project like that. And then the sort of our non-multi-year allocations, certainly Solar Cares is would commit green power beyond 1 year, so we wouldn't change that allocation. But the other rebate structures and sort of allocations might change if they weren't multi-year. So here's what the calculator looked like. If you take a look at the left, if we continue on our current path, we're about $7,400 in the hole. If we expect probably another 20 applications for solar rebates for the end of this year. So that's a lot. And so that maps us out into bad territory. So you can see we've put up in the, I don't have the, up in the yellow part, 20 rebates. We could change the rebate amount. We changed it to $1,000, and then you can look over below the pink in the gray columns what the calculator result is at that rebate amount. And we end up with around $6,000 in the bank at the end of the year, if we have 20. And then you can take a look at 2021, the inputs of the calculator are in pink. That does, because of the way we designed the calculator before deciding that maybe we wanted technical expertise on storage rather than rebates, you'll still see the storage rebate boxes over there. But in the budget down below, we have Green Power Storage Pilot Project at $1,500. So, and I can't see because of my screen because you guys are on the right side of my screen, I can't see the percentages, but I think if I remember correctly, the rebate percentage still is around 58% of the money is going to go towards rebates, and then we have it down below, the percentages allocated to various things. And then there's 2022. The rebate amount would drop. And end result of all this work is this is sort of what we're proposing. Here's we understand that it's not just about the revenue going out the door or the money going out the door, it's about the revenue coming in. The contributors have grown 68% since 2011, so that's pretty good. Another good thing is really the change in contributions to Green Power during the COVID hasn't really had an impact. Seth particularly is very interested. I think everybody's very interested in growing the program, growing the number of members in the program, and also the revenues coming in. But we're sort of on hold with neighborhood gatherings and pop-up events and those types of things that would drive those numbers. So we're hoping that, things will change and we'll be allowed to have more interactive gatherings to do this. So the Green Power I know this is a ton to digest, and I will send these slides out after this meeting, but we'd request that you ratify this proposal, or at least the rebate tiers in this proposal, so that we can move forward. And if you need more time thinking about the other things, totally understand it. So with that, I take questions.
I got one, Liz.
Yeah.
So love the Green Power program. So I know that a couple of years ago, we changed the parameters as far as what the committee would be looking at to expand it into different things other than just solar rebates. But I wonder if at this point in time, when you're looking at actually allocating more of those funds toward other things other than green power, if we should at least send out some sort of communication to all the contributors to make them aware of this change, so that none of them would be surprised that their money is going to other things other than support of local renewables, which is kind of the way historically we've marketed it.
Oh, I think absolutely. I mean,
Okay.
I think we have in the past. I mean, we've announced that the money's been used for the car chargers, but yeah, I think a promotional campaign that talks about that, absolutely.
Okay.
I don't know my key. Well.
Okay.
We need to take action on that.
Yeah, so Liz, do we need us to?
Yeah, that's a good question, Jeff, because in the past, the last time we did the rebate amounts, I think Green Power just did it and at a meeting. And so, but I do think that, that the difference between 16,000 and $35,000 a year is starting to get, you know, hopefully it'll be $70,000 in a few years. The board should be kind of aware and involved, and so I don't know whether we need permission, approval, ratification, but I just want to make sure that people are kind of on board with this. They understand it. They don't have questions or concerns.
Does anybody have any
To
questions,
accept
concerns?
the report from GPAC and commend them on their work.
Is everybody okay with what Liz is showing us?
Yeah.
And I don't feel like we need to, I think you're good to go, Liz.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, and thank everybody on that committee for all that work. That's a lot of work. Looks great. Dick, what do you got? Anything?
Well, Western United, we had our meeting. We're moving ahead with building and or constructing a satellite operation in St. George, Utah. Their sales are a little down from the prior year, but their margins are about the same. The board approved a distribution of about $1.5 million, and the checks, they were sent by mail, so we may have received it, we may get it next month, I don't know. The mail has been a little spotty lately. But aside from that, everything's going along fine. They're not having any problems. Their big machine that they ordered to cut their cable, there's been a problem with the installation of that, and they're working on that. The company that made it, there was a problem with it, and they're trying to get in touch with the company, and no response. So it's one of those things. So I don't know whether they didn't get all of the equipment, what it is. There wasn't a lot of specificity about what the problem was, other than the machine is not going to be operational. Whether it was something wasn't delivered, something wasn't working, but they can't get hold of the manufacturer. So they have their lawyers involved in it, and they're trying to find the people that supposedly were involved with the machine itself. It's one of those.
Fiber cable or
Yeah,
conductor?
there's a big cutting machine, and there's
Just
just,
for conductor or?
no, for well, for any type of cable cutting. They use it to cut the big rolls of, normally people buy the whole rolls, but this was basically for the cable. So they have a problem with that. Their building has been approved. They're in the process of moving into it. The city of Brighton finally came through with approving or getting their CO. Aside from that, the only discussions that took place as to whether or not they want to go into a borrowing phase to fund some of their projects or keep utilizing their cash, because they do have a good cash position. Right now, they have basically no debt. Aside from that, their orders in-house are more than they were last year for future shipment, and I will contact them on behalf of us to find out whether or not they're going to, propose a bid for supplying the cable for our fiber optic scenario. Aside from that, nothing else going on the board.
Did it have officer elections?
They did have officer elections, and Robert Gardner, he served his term, he's leaving. We have Scott McGill will be president. We have a guy from Southeast Power is going to be secretary. Dan, can't think of where Dan's from. Another gentleman is going to be the treasurer, and vice president is who the secretary was, and I don't have his name in front of me. But they did have their elections, and they serve a term of a year, and then they rotate up, and then they move on. So, that's all I have for them.
Carl, you? Tri-State?
Yeah, we had a meeting, first part of September. The board reports are all been sent. to each board member, so you should have them in your email. A few highlights. Tri-State is down about 100 employees since the same time of last year. They are on high COVID alert, 20% of employees in building. We had a presentation on the partial requirements policy. I think Mark has been involved in that. All the general managers from co-ops have been sent correspondence to provide input one way or the other, or suggestions or whatnot. The Tri-State would like to have board approval of the policy in October, and the policy take effect in January. Everything has been submitted to FERC, except the policy, but let's see, there was a whole list of things that people had brought up, but like I said, I'm sure Mark can fill you in more than I can. Cost reduction, they would like to announce before the end of the year. They would like to announce a reduction in rates in 2021. They hope to be less than $70 a megawatt hour by 2024, if not earlier. We'll know in October, the board will, the list of the reductions. Couple of interesting tidbits that they brought out. Guzman is supplying DMEA 85% coal from Comanche and Craig. The reason Tri-State knows this is they are using Tri-State transmission and have to file a reservation for the use of the lines, which is a public document. And Guzman and other independent power providers don't have to file anything with the PUC to say where their power comes from, or even if it's reliable. They brought up again that the RTO is needed. Colorado right now is in jeopardy maybe of doing the same thing that California did with Cal ISO, having it run by the state and not an independent power supply or independent outfit like Southwest Power Pool. Budget capital budget is down $12 million from 2020. Operating budget, these are all proposed budgets for 2021, down $21 million from 2020. Margins will be down $3 million. Rates in the budget are proposed to have no change, but again, they're hoping to announce a rate reduction sometime in 2021. Member revenue was down $16 million. Prices for power in California went to 1,700 megawatts an hour when they had their blackout stuff. And that was part of what they talked about in the RTO. Member sales are down 5.6%. And that's about it.
Or what drives the operating budget decline? Is that closures, or are they making cuts?
Well, same issues that drive ours is basically day-to-day expenses, operating, general administration expenses.
That's a big cut.
Yeah. They didn't really say where the cut was coming from. If they did, I don't. Okay. Just the amount.
Carl, what was that thing about DMEA again? The 85% coal?
Guzman is supplying DMEA 85% of their contracted amount with DMEA, 85% coal from Comanche, which they acquired from Holy Cross,
Ah,
and Craig. And the reason that Tri-State knows this is because they have to use Tri-State lines and have to file a public reservation to be able to use those lines.
yeah.
Carl, you said that Tri-State is down 100 employees. What, I mean, is that across the board? Is it where?
That's across the board. A lot of it is from Nucla, and a lot of it is Escalante.
Okay. So it's the personnel who would operate those plants. So that could explain where some of that budget reduction comes for next year.
It possibly will, yes. The expenses to run Escalante and whatnot will be certainly smaller.
And how does the DMEA buyout revenue figure into next year's budget? What's going to happen with that money?
You mean the money that DMEA paid Tri-State?
Yeah.
That's going into a deferred revenue account.
And is that deferred revenue account expected to be tapped for 2021?
A portion. Something I think they mentioned like, I don't know, 15 million.
So that could be one way they're thinking about getting to that rate reduction.
Possibly. That's a little more like Mountain Parks wanting to use it as a safety net and not use it all at one point in time. But their cost reductions, they're looking through everything that, you know, Tri-State does, personnel, fuel, everything, and seeing where they can reduce costs. And like I said, they'll probably announce the list to the board preliminary in October, and then hopefully by the end of the year, everybody will know.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't want to speak for the rest of the Mountain Parks Board, but as a Mountain Parks director, I'm concerned that we have our second buyout settlement payment. The Kit Carson money wasn't spent to reduce the debt, and now the DMEA money isn't spent to reduce the debt, which means that Mountain Parks' proportional share of Tri-State's debt is increasing.
So is all the other members.
Well, exactly. And really, you know, if you look at the contract, I'm just saying I have real concerns about that. I really feel like, you know, that when we talk about sunk costs and people getting out of contracts and they're not paying for their sunk costs, they are paying for their sunk costs, but it's not being applied to the sunk costs. It's being applied to operations. And we can only go on like that for so long. I mean, eventually there won't be that many more people to buy out a Tri-State, and the debt's going to have to get paid, and it's going to fall to you know, all the members. So I know money's cheap right now, but it's to me it's a red flag.
And I'll add, according to Tri-State, if a member doesn't pay their share of the debt, Tri-State and exits without paying that fair share, Tri-State will be in default of their loans. Well, if our percentage of debt keeps going up, then it's making it harder and harder for each member to buy out every time another member buys out.
All right. I did have a CRA meeting last month. We sent everybody the notes on that. I don't have much to add other than I don't know if you saw, but September 14th is the webinar, Creating a Path Towards RTO for Colorado, and you can sign up through that. I think maybe everybody got the link, I hope. If not, you can go to CRA's website. It looks to be a pretty good webinar, so that's all I got for that. Does anybody else have anything for open board forum? Okay. How about old business? Is there any old business we need to take care of? Any new business? Anybody got any new business? Okay.
Jeff, you'd asked just briefly about the Kinza thermometer project.
Oh, yeah.
And, and I did, in fact, I could probably just, let me see if I can pull it up quickly and show people the Kinza weather, the Kinza map, so you guys know kind of what it looks
Liz
like.
is trying to pull that up. We did deliver the thermometers that we had purchased to the county health, and they are distributing them through the schools. They're going to get us a detailed report of how they distributed them so that we'll be able to provide that to the board.
Okay, now I'm going to try to share the screen with you guys. Here it is. Share. Okay, so this is sort of the map that Kinza does of the country. You can hone in and look at your counties. We are still, when I played around with this, we are still kind of grouped in a region. We don't have quite enough thermometers out, but when you click on it, let me see if I can maximize my screen more. You'll get a graph. So here's the signal graph for Grand County, and this is actually for transmission, it looks like. It's really hard to show you exactly because I can't see everything once I share my screen. But this gives you an idea of where the transmission, the gray line is sort of their historical trend for our area. The red line is when we're above that historical trend, and the green line is when we're below it. And so this is for typical flu-like illness. So you can see, and it goes from March through 2 days ago, yesterday. You can see that we dipped way below our typical illness trends in the spring because we were all locked up and being quite careful. Then in around July, things started to heat up again. And I think we actually saw that in our region anyway, with increased cases in Grand County. And now we're back down just about normal, maybe a little higher than what they would expect, but not drastic. So this is all based on how many people are taking their temperatures and where those temperatures fall, you know, as compared to normal. And as we get more thermometers distributed and the state is distributing them, the signal strength should become stronger. So if you look at the signal strength, we're kind of, we're getting the signal from sort of a regional conglomeration of thermometers, not just in our territory. So like Jackson County signal looks the same as Grand County because we're grouped in, but does give us some idea of what's going on. So that's
Okay.
a new business.
Thanks for the follow-up on that.
Yeah. Oh, I should.
Did you have something else, Liz?
Nope.
Okay. Mountain Park Services meeting. Do we have a need for a Mountain Park Services meeting?
I don't think so because we discussed the DC fast charger earlier, so I don't think that we have a need for the Mountain Park Services meeting.
Okay, we do have a need for an executive session.
Can I just ask for the next meeting, maybe Mountain Park Services provide some historical information and forecasted information regarding the solar, like what's going on with those solar arrays, what the cash flows actually look like on those PPAs. Thank you.
Thanks, Stacy. It looks like we do have a need for an executive session. If I'm missing something here, we don't want to talk about it, but we do have a need for personnel matters. We might want to talk about that contact more in detail, if we have any more detail, I'm not sure.
And then
Electrify everything applicant. And what, it seems like there was another something.
Legal,
else.
legal.
Oh, legal, okay.
I moved to, we go into executive session to discuss personnel, confidential member information, receive updates from our attorney, and that was the last thing. Is that it?
I think so. A motion by Liz and a second by Dick. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, we're there. Dude, so
Okay,
you're gonna
Joe,
take us off